give me that whole time. Yes, give me that whole time. Religion, the Lord is good. Yes, give me that whole time. Religion, give me that whole time. Yes, give me that whole time. Religion, the Lord is. And it was good for you and me. It was good for you and me. You and me, and Lord is good. And it was good for you and me. It was good for Nakada and me. It was good for you and me. Lord is. Yes, give me that whole time religion. Give me that whole time religion. Give me that whole time religion. Lord, good in. Yes, give me that whole time religion. Give me that whole time religion. Give me that whole time religion. It's rich enough. Yes, give me that whole time religion, all time religion, time religion, all time religion, time religion, all time religion. It's good enough for me. Time religion, all time religion, time religion, all time religion, time religion, all time religion. It's good enough for me. Yes, give me the time religion, time religion, all time religion, time religion, all time religion. It's good enough for me. Yes, give me that whole time religion. Give me that whole time religion. Give me that whole time religion. It's good enough for me. Yes, give me that whole time religion. Give me that whole time. Jehovah, give me that whole time religion. It's good enough for me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You want the Lord to give you the whole-time religion where we didn't used to have hizo zingine. Bwana Yesu makofi kidogo. Asante, it's a very beautiful day. A good morning that the Lord has enabled us to see, witness this morning, even as we continue praying and of course advocating for alcohol-free, substance-free nation. It's a beautiful day. As we continue waiting for our chief guest to arrive, we have 𝗡𝘁𝗶cie Africa giving us some renditions, some of our renditions. 𝗡𝘁𝗶cie Africa, we do music from all the regions in Kenya, Africa, and of course the world as a whole. So would you have maybe a tune you wish to listen, maybe from your native background, wherever you happen to come from, and maybe there's a tune you wish to listen to, even as we await for the arrival of our chief guest. You're allowed. You can maybe just raise your hand and tell us to play a tune from whichever community. We'll be happy to do it for you. Meanwhile, as we continue waiting for the arrival of our chief guest. Meanwhile, karibu sana. Have a beautiful day. We're looking forward for a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day ahead of us. Nimeapa, gari la punda sipandi. Sikulewa, wala sivuti bangi. Laniua, kinda wesha dalamu langi. Laniua, kinda wesha dalamu langi. Yamenitosha we, sifanyi tena mwanangu. Yamenitosha we, sifanyi tena, sifanyi nini, yamenitosha we. Sifanyi tena mwanangu, yamenitosha we. Sifanyi tena, nimeapa, gari la punda sipandi, sikulewa sikulewa, wala sivuti bangi, laniua laniua. Salamu langi langi yamenitosha we, sifanyi tena mwanangu, yamenitosha we, sifanyi tena, yamenitosha we, sifanyi tena mwanangu, yamenitosha we, sifanyi. Lile nini kile nini kilicho ng'ambo ya pili, na kitakitiki kazi kunitizama, kazi kunitizama. Lile nini kile nini kilicho ng'ambo ya pili, na kitakitiki kazi kunitizama, kazi kunitizama. Yamenitosha we, sifanyi tena mwanangu, yamenitosha we, sifanyi tena. Sifanyi nini? Yamenitosha we, sifanyi tena mwanangu, yamenitosha we, sifanyi tena. Nipeleke nyumbani, mimi ninayo mashaka mengi, nimepiga pegi 2 3 na sasa zimeniingia kichwani. Popote niendapo, baharini na nchi kavu, ukisikia nikiimba wimbo huu, nipeleke nyumbani, nipeleke nyumbani, mimi ninayo mashaka mengi, nimepiga fegi 2 3 na sasa zimeniingia kichwani. Popote niendapo, baharini na nchi kavu, ukisikia nikiimba wimbo huu, nipeleke nyumbani. Dada yangu we, nipeleke nyumbani. Ndugu yangu we, nipeleke nyumbani. Mjomba wangu we, nipeleke nyumbani. Shangazi yangu we, nipeleke nyumbani. Na dada yangu we, nipeleke nyumbani. Yamenitosha we, sifanyi tena mwanangu, yamenitosha. Uhimidiwe. Sifanyi tena. Uhimidiwe. Asante sana, uhimidiwe. Sifanyi tena pombe, sinywi tena, wala bangi sivuti tena. Any other substance I ain't doing no more. Down the bay where the nights are gay and the sun shines daily on the mountain tops, I took a trip on a sailing ship, but when I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I am sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around to leave a little girl in Kingston. But I am sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around to leave a little girl in Kingston. Oh, I-ya. Oh, I-ya. Oh, I-ya. La, 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 la. Dum, dum, doo, 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 dum. Oh, I, dum, dum, doo, 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 dum. Oh, why ya, do 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 do. Oh, why dum dum do, la 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 la, dum dum do 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 dum. Dum do dum do 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 dum do dum do 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 dum do dum do 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 dum do 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 dum do dum do 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 dum do 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 dum do dum do dum. Sad to say I'm on my way. I won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around had to leave a little girl in Kingston Town, but I am sad to say I'm on my way. I won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Kingston Town. Oh, 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 la 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 la, tum 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 tum. Oh, 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 la 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 la, tum 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 tum. Tum 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 tum. Tum 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 tum. Some to say I'm on my way. I won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Kingston Town. Sad to say I'm on my way. I won't be back for many a day. Heart is down, my head is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Kingston Town. Angelina, Angelina, please bring down your concertina and play a welcome for me, 'cause I'll be coming home from sea. Everybody say, Angelina, Angelina, please bring down your concertina and play a welcome for me, 'cause I'll be coming once again now. Angelina, Angelina, please bring down your concertina and play a welcome for me, 'cause I'll be coming home from sea. Angelina, Angelina, please bring down your concertina and play a welcome for me, 'cause I'll be coming home from sea. Everybody say, Angelina, Angelina, please bring down your concertina and play a welcome for me, 'cause I'll be coming home from sea. Once again now, Angelina, Angelina, please bring down your concertina and play a welcome for me, 'cause I'll be coming home from sea. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Mungu wangu nitamuimbia, nitamuhimidi, nitamtukuza kwa sababu anastahili utukufu, nguvu na sifa. For those of us who are just coming in, please we have more seats. As you can see, my far right, viti bado ni vingi. But we have other sitting space upside. So should you wish, maybe kukaa huko juu miguuni kidogo karibu na Mungu, you're allowed, eh? So if you can't find a sitting space here, I can still see some more sitting spaces here. So those of us who are coming in, kindly, apart from the reserved tables, we have more sitting spaces upside. You can access them via before the main entrance, or there's another place here you can access the upstairs sitting space as well. Meanwhile, listen to this. Mungu wangu nitamuimbia, nitamtukuza. Mungu wangu nitamuhimidi, nitamshukuru. Astahili utukufu, nguvu na sifa. Astahili utukufu, nguvu na sifa. Mungu wangu nitamuimbia, nitamtukuza. Mungu wangu nitamuhimidi, nitamshukuru. Astahili utukufu, nguvu na sifa. Astahili utukufu, nguvu na sifa. Mungu wangu nitamtukuza, Mungu wangu nitamshukuru. Astahili utukufu, astahili utukufu. Oh, oh, oh. Kwa jina lake ameniokoa, kanipa uzima, nuru yake ameniangaza. Maishani mwangu wema wake na fadhili zitanifuata. Wema wake na fadhili zitanifuata. Mungu wangu tukuza, Mungu wangu nitamshukuru. Astahili utukufu, oh, oh, oh. Astahili utukufu, oh, oh, oh. Maombi yangu anayasikia, yeye hunijibu, nikilia ananisikia. Afuta machozi, mfariji, kimbilio, ameniponya. Mfariji, kimbilio, ameniponya. Mungu wangu Mungu wangu astahili utukufu, astahili utukufu, oh, oh, oh. Astahili, yeah. Asante sana Mungu wangu, nitamuimbia, nitamuhimidi, nitamtukuza, nitamshukuru kwa sababu anastahili utukufu, nguvu na sifa. All those who believe kwamba Mungu anastahili utukufu, nguvu na sifa, let me see your hands in the air. Asante sana, thank you so much. I once was blind, but now I can see. You know, I was so much involved in substances na hiyo mambo mengine yote. But how amazing the grace of the Lord is. Amazing grace, how sweet thy sound. Listen to this.
The Bible tells us that we should repent our sins and see the light of God. Oh, amazing grace, how sweet the sound. We shall see the light indeed.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wreck like me. I once was lost, but now I am found. Was blind, but now I see. Hum, 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 like me. Hum, 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 hum. I see, 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 I sing, 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 Wallam, 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 Wallam. I see, I see, I see, I see. Wallam, 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 Dumela, Wallam, 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 Wallam. I sing, I sing, I sing, I see. Wallam, 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 Wallam. I see, I see. Asante. If you can see, if you were once blind, but now you can see, pigia Bwana Yesu makofi. Thank you so much. That was amazing grace, how sweet they sound. I once was blind, but now I can see. I was lost, but now I'm found. Now we're marching, after being found, what else do we do? We march the city of the Lord. Jerusalem, here we come. We are done with all the substances. Alcoholism is no longer in us. We are very, very, very new people, fresh. You know, now we're just marching. We're focusing to Jerusalem, the kingdom of the Lord. Listen to this. Woza, 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 woza. Dumela, 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 dumela. We are marching. We are going. We are marching to alcoholic-free country. We are marching. We are going. We are marching. Dumela, 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 Dumela. Woza, woza, woza. Dumela, 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 𝗏𝗏𝗯𝗀𝗏𝗯 𝗏𝗏𝗯𝗀𝗏𝗯. We are marching. We are going. We are marching. We are marching. We are going. We are marching. 𝗏𝗏𝗯𝗏𝗏𝗯 𝗏𝗏𝗯𝗏𝗏𝗯 𝗏𝗏𝗯𝗏𝗏𝗯. We are marching. We are going to Jerusalem. Oh. Jerusalem, 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 omunzi. Jerusalem, 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 omunzi ohanyayo. Jerusalem, 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 omunzi ohanyayo. Siyakutanda zelena. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, omunzi ohanyayo. Siyakutanda zelena. Woza, woza, woza. Tumela, tumela, tumela. Oh, we are marching. Safari. Jerusalem. Safari. Woza, 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 woza. Asante sana. Those who are marching with us to Jerusalem, our new home in heaven, pigia Bwana Yesu makofi. Thank you so much. That was 𝗏𝗏𝗯𝗏𝗏𝗏. We are marching to the city of the Lord. After we've abstained, tumewachana na hiyo ingine yote. Our schools, universities, primary schools, zote, we've decided and we've said, you know, no substances, hizo zingine zote, no alcoholism, no nothing. We want an alcoholic-free country where everybody is a sober-minded person. Sindio? Now, after declaring this, we've decided to take this campaign to all the counties in Kenya. Now we're taking you on a journey. Actually, this campaign, we're taking it to the county of Mombasa. We're taking you down to Mombasa, the coastal regions of Kenya. Tunafunga safari ya Bamba na Machero. Tunaenda kuwatangazia habari njema kule Mombasa. Mombasa highway come, safari ya Bamba ni Machero. Via the SGR, and whatever means, bora tupatane mwambao wa pwani. Safari safari ya Bamba ni Machero. Safari ya Nakada inaja Mombasa. Safari ya Bamba ni Machero. Safari ya Bamba ni Machero. Tunarauka asubuhi na mapema Tunapeleka habari njema ya kuacha pombe huko. Enyi alume wa mbizi, mda kwenda safari ya Bamba. Enyi alume turezwa. Enyi alume mnakwenda. Hokame, hokame, pole pole, cheremutite. Hayawe, hokame. Safari safari ya Bamba ni Machero. Safari ya Bamba ni Machero. Safari ya bamba ni machero. Vuteni kamba ha, gari la bamba ha. Oh, vuteni kamba ha, gari la bamba ha. Bwana mkubwa ha, nenda Mombasa ha, fika salama ha. Vuteni kamba ha, gari la bamba ha. Oh, vuteni kamba ha, gari la bamba ha. Oh, weza ni mulale sawe zunguni lero. Oh, weza ni mulale sawe zunguni lero. Safari oh wa safari ya bamba ni machero. Safari ya bamba ni machero. Safari ya bamba ni machero. Ninyi alume wa mbizi munda kwenda safari ya bamba. Enyi alume turezwa. Enyi alume muna kwenda. Vuteni kamba ha, gari la bamba ha. Oh, vuteni kamba ha, gari la bamba ha. Bwana mkubwa ha, nenda Mombasa ha, fika salama ha. Vuteni kamba ha, gari la bamba ha. Oh, vuteni kamba ha, gari la bamba ha. Oh, weza ni mulale sawe zunguni lero. Oh, weza ni mulale sawe zunguni lero. Zurungi, oh zurungi, zurungi, oh zurungi, zurungi, oh zurungi, zurungi, oh zurungi, wewe, 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 wewe. Zoronge, oh zoronge, zoronge, oh zoronge, zoronge, oh zoronge, zoronge, oh zoronge. Undakwenda tete undakwenda. Undakwenda tete undakwenda. Inde. 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 Zurungi. Oh zurungi. Zurungi. Oh zurungi. Zurungi. Oh zurungi. Oh zurungi. Zurungi. Oh zurungi. Asante sana. Let's appreciate wa Mombasa kidogo. Let's appreciate people from the coastal region. We've taken the campaign there. Asante, asante, asante.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kayamba Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate Kayamba Africa in a much better way? Asante sana, asante sana. as they take a commercial break, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be the MC for the session. My name is 𝗡𝘁𝗶cie𝖵𝗨𝗀𝗀. I'm the Director in charge of corporate services at the National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse. We will be starting in a while, but we want to appreciate your presence here. We know you are very busy people. This speaks to the Prevention Week. This is a week where we are all collaborating to celebrate the abstainers as well as people in recovery. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As we wait for our chief guest to make their way here, we want to appreciate the presence of our guests from Black Faces and Black Voices. That is Mr. Philip Ruthford, Tracy Ruthford, Tony White, and Jennifer White. Tupigie makofi tafadhali. We also want to appreciate the partners that we've worked together who are already here. Number one is Blue Cross. We have 𝗨𝗀𝗨𝗂𝗍𝗑𝗏. Blue Cross, are you somewhere? Just wave or clap. Okay. 𝗨𝗀𝗨𝗍𝗑𝗏, are you already here? Thank you very much. Can we give them a round of applause? Student Campaign Against Drugs, CAD. Where are we? They are yet to make their way. And then we have 𝗡𝘁𝗶𝗏𝗀 Foundation. 𝗡𝘁𝗶𝗏𝗀 Foundation. Thank you very much. Karibuni sana. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll proceed with another round of entertainment from none other than Kayamba Africa. Tunasema kongole sana kwa kuwa partners kwa leo. Thank you very much. You can make progress as we wait for our chief guest to make their way to the podium. Karibuni Kayamba Africa.
Asante sana Bwana Director. So let's appreciate Director. By the way, before Director leaves here, give him a big round of applause. Our MC for the day, but they can decide kwamba this function is no longer taking place here. We take it elsewhere. Sindio? So appreciate him. Bwana Director, simama tu hapa, at least watu wakuone. They appreciate this very beautiful, wonderful suit. Now, those who concur with me kwamba Director is looking wow today and is very, very, very categorical in ensuring that this Prevention Week, we ensure that no substances in our schools ama wapi popote. Wangapi wanakubaliana na mimi kwamba he's doing that job? If you concur, agree with me, simama juu wherever you are. We need to appreciate him more than this. Sindio? He's doing a wonderful job. Prevention Week, wherever we are, tusimame juu kidogo. Let's just be upstanding kidogo. Yeah, we need to keep fit as we await the arrival of our chief guests so that akikuja apate kwamba, you know, all the substances tulitumia last year but one, wale waliocha kama mimi, they are no longer in our bodies. Sindio? So we try to shake those substances za kitambo, wale tulionja kitambo, just to ensure that by the time we're starting this function officially, we are free and free kabisa. Sindio? So this is very simple. This is how we're going to do this. Are we ready? Of course, we're being led by none other than our director here. He's going to show us the way. Very simple. Just follow the steps. Aya, director, onyesha sisi, twende namna hii. Tungni moro morna. Aya, follow the director, twende. Tungni moro morna. Ani tungni moro luonga. Oh luonga, tungni moro luonga. Wapi kelele ya director? Twende. Nyakalaga, nyakalaga, atilini, nyakalaga, nyakalaga. Aya, together, go with me. Nyakalaga, iroiri kasandora rumo. Very simple, twende. Abiroiri kasandora rumo, nyakalaga. Abiroiri kachoda choda. Oh, hey. Abiro iri kawera wera. Oh. Abiro iri kagumba gumba, twende chini, twende. Avire hiri kagumba gumba, Ramuna nyakala. Together, nyakalaga, 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 nyakalaga.
Nasema leo ngir matoke matindo wakwai ni wenwa wan jogi ai
Atiyone ruoba, atiyone. Let me see your right hand in the air. Turn them now. From side to side. 20, 20, 20. Era, oritungi mana jawari eso era. Sing along. I can't hear you people. This is very simple. Turn them right. Everybody, turn them right. Tingamalo, yes, Ruoba. Tingamalo, Jasayuda. Tingamalo, Wanayuda. Tingamalo, Jakayuda. Tingamalo, Wod Mary. Tingamalo, Jakayuda. Haya, turn them right. Turn them. Aviane, Zoguka, 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 Zoguka. Tete, achiwaduto. Tete, achiwaduto. Tete, aweyoduto. Aweyoduto. Tete, to como benda weyo. Tete, to jaga benda weyo. Ageno polo talamara uma. 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 Alright, one more time. Last time, man. Ageno polo talam, ageno, 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 ageno. Ageno polo talama, ageno, ageno, ageno. Asante sana. Please appreciate yourself. Nipigie makofi sana. Can you just turn to the person standing next to you? Because if he's sitting down, then he's at the right place at the wrong time. Yeah. Can you just turn to the person seated next to you, standing rather, standing next to you. Give him or her a high five. Mwambie asante sana kwa kuacha hiyo mambo mengine alikuwa anafanya hapo mbeleni. Yeah, senior. Substance Use Prevention Week. We've all agreed and we vowed kwamba we're preventing na kufanya yoyote. And by the way, I'm humbly requesting those who are upstairs to kindly come here because by the way from this hapa ndio Vijana wetu wengi sana wanaanzia hapa. Kindly, especially the students, I can see we have students here. University, is it kindly, just make your way down to the podium here. Karibu sana. Appreciate them as they come, even though you can't see them. Pigia wa makofi as they come. Yeah, those who are upstairs, kujeni, all of us. Tujaribu kidogo. This is a very special presentation from them, actually, to you. Aya, tuje. As they come, appreciate them as they come. Wale wako juu. Kujeni. Now, we may resume our seats. Tafadhali, thank you. Thank you so much, even as we usher in our students. Because we must make sure that we start it from school. Sindio? Zinaanzia kwa shule, ikiendelea, ikipanda. So, if we do this on our universities, our schools, we'll make sure that, we prevention yote tunafanya vizuri. Sindio? Appreciate our students. These are students from KMTCU. Yes, KMTC. Yes. Wapigie makofi sana, karibuni sana. They have a very special presentation. Kujeni tu. Just spread around. Actually, those who are there for practice wanakumbuka. Wale wako kuwa too bad for you, you'll just join us. Sawa. Ndio mnaambiwaga msikose practice. Just come. Those who are still remain there, all our students, university students, nani wale wengine wote. Wale tunasema, we're kicking this, substances zote. We want a free, an alcoholic-free country. No substances abuse, substances zote tunasema, we're kicking them out of our Kenya, beautiful country, Kenya. Sawa. Are we ready? In front of us is KMTC students. Of course, those of us who were there last week at the breakfast meeting, you'll remember we had students from quite a number of universities. KMTC are now representing them. We are students as well. So there's a presentation, a special one. Tulisema nyinyi kama wale mnahakikisha kwamba we having this prevention week, lazima tuwafanyie. So it's very simple. Wale amukukua, you just follow the leader. Mnafuata tukua master alafu mtaona. Sawa, relax. Tumekelea. Gokinyo kya okahora jerekeire romatine na menjowe ne Kenya gauroke. Aya, twena mlai newega na ke Jesu ne mogate die. Aya, hii ni rahisi. Twende, weka mikono juu. Back to here, twende. Ningega, nagejega, Jesu Kristo, dikahoto, neukenero, kanaire manoge, newega. Yelele. Mogate dear. Haya, twende mikono juu from side side. Please appreciate our students from KMTC. Wapigie makofi parents. This is very simple, Haya, twende. Very relaxing, Hii ni baada ya mwachana na pombe zote. Utaki kuona pombe, utaki kuona bangi, utaki kuona any substance mbele yako. You're just in a relaxing mood, Moria kwa ne mwandeko na mwabani goro amwe todiaga irio shakwa. Now sing along, newega. Yelele, mogate, die. Haya, twende. Na unafanya na swag, Weka swag kidogo. Namonjoru name. Aya, weka mkono baraka juu. Your right hand there. Weka your right hand there. Unaona nini? Shusha, 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 shusha. Let's sing together. Newega. Siwasiki. Mogate. Dear. Aya, hii ni rahisi. Try this. One step. One, then turn around. Zunguka. Unazunguka. Unazunguka. One. Twende. Zunguka. Fukuza bangi Kenya. Hatutaki. Fukuza pombe Kenya. Hatutaki. Aya, twende sasa. Hawa. Twende. 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 Unachezea Yesu chezea. Chezea, chezea. Unachezea Yesu chezea. Kwa maana yumema. Twende. 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 Aya, for last time, turn around. 1, 2, 3, twende. Kama unapenda Yesu sema amen. Kama unapenda Yesu sema Asante sana. Please appreciate our students. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wapigie makofi. Wapigie makofi. By the way, it took a lot of their hours baada ya shule just to train, to practice for this. Appreciate the students came to see. Asante sana for that wonderful performance. Asanteni sana. Asante, asante, asante. Yeah, as agreed earlier, you know, we're taking this campaign to all the counties in Kenya. We're now taking you to the Nyanza region, the Kisii lands of Kenya. Yeah, we're saying kwamba Kika calls him, you know, any abusive substances, Natoa, or to at all our counties in Kenya. We're now taking you down to the Kisii lands of Kenya, the land of watu wengi sana, but in real sense, they are very few. They are countable. This is Sindikiza all the way from Kisii lands of Kenya. Iko Makisi ndani ya nyumba. Wapi vigelegele wa Kisii kidogo tusikie. Twende juu, hii ni yenu. Obe baba ye. Obe baba ye. Obe baba ye. Atinya chin korore mwango baba ye. Atinya chin korore mwango baba ye. Atinya chino kwani mwango baba ye. Wapi wewe Kisii bwana? Simama juu kama wewe ni Mkisii. All proud Kisii. Simama juu tuwatambue. Haya. Tutawatambua kwa matunda yao. Wa Kisii, twende. Come show these people how we do it in Kisii land. Aye. Obe baba. Wapi kelele ya Kisii? Obe baba. Kisii tumesema hataki machezo. Obe baba ye. Hii unacheza na maringo na swag kidogo. Wekelea swag. Obe baba ye. Obe baba. Haya, tuna mnai. Natina chin korore mwango baba ye. Natina chin korore mwango baba. Kwani Kisii hakuna wanaume? Mwango baba ye. No men in Kisii. Mwango baba ye. Obe baba ye. Obe baba ye. Obe baba ye. Obe baba ye. The land of watu wengi. Haya, twende. Kanaka kama Mkisii. Hey. Sindikisa mwanako moyo esiri ya bagaka baitaro eyebananga. Sindikisa mwanako moyo esiri ya bagaka baitaro eyebananga. Na impakara eyebananga. Bakaro mora eyebananga. Ninkibakora hebananga Babogete hebananga Na egoka hebananga Sindikisa manako moyo Esiri ya bagaka baentaro hebananga Sindikisa manako moyo Esiri ya bagaka baentaro hebananga Bainto bainto Namoaka Chombe chento Narero Narero Tatana kinabunsi Bando bainto Nakemunto Chombe chento Narero Narero Tatana kinabunsi Bando bainto Namogaka Chombe chento Narero Narero Tatana kinabunsi Ebeni waya Ambachene kayari Erobiro 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 Wapi sigalagala ya Wakisii Slowly Slowly Esilori ngora mora Mora monenyoni Mora monenyoni Mora monengora Slowly Esila, osila, osila. Hey, ay, 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 ay. Slowly. Esila, osila, osila. Slowly. 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 Osila, osila, osila. Osila, osila, osila. Slowly, my dear. Hey, asante sana. Wapi makofi ya Wakisii? Appreciate the people from Kisii. What? Thank you. I can see the MC coming. Those are signals. Come and to talk to the break kidogo. Now, maybe before we go for that break, which other countries do we need to visit? Raise your hand wherever you are. Twende wapi? Where? Sema. Unakopa kwa... At Western? Oh, huko kumejaa nini sana? Substances sana. Ya, najua imejaa. Sana pale Moliro Gardens. Si ndio? Aya, twende kazi. Iko watu wamesa ndani ya nyumba kweli? But sasa hivi hawajakula lunch, hawajakula kuku, wanaweza cheza kweli? Wacha tuone. Shall see. Hemo. Sore mwana wang masore, sore mwana wang masore, sore mudendi wang masore, sore mudendi wang masore, sore mwana wang masore, sore mwana wang masore, sore mudendi wang masore, sore mudendi wang masore. Yari yanga ha munda, erero yakome munda. Yari yanga ha munda, erero yakome munda. Mwene. Yari yanga ha munda, erero yakome munda. Mwene. Yari yanga ha munda, erero yakome munda. Mwene. Yari yanga ha munda, erero yakome munda. Sore. Yari yanga munda, erero yakome munda. Yari yanga munda, erero yakome munda. Ha. Kukoli guandanda guaherora. 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 Oh guaherora. Guaherora. Oh guaherora. 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 Manganga. Majanga. Manganga. Majanga. Manganga. Manganga. Majanga. Hemo. Makuise, makuiduli, makuise, makuiduli, makuise, makuiduli, makuise, makuiduli. Salisa, mangondo dona, mangondo 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 salisa, mangondo dona. Mangondo salisa, mangondo dura, mangondo salisa, mangondo dura, mangondo salisa, mangondo dura, mangondo salisa, donna, salisa, donna, donna, maniki biliwe donna. Mangondo salisa, mangondo donna, 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 mangondo salisa, mangondo donna. Asante sana, appreciate the lawyers. Thank you so much. Pigia wanawahi ngoma makofi. I know you haven't seen them yet. Reasons being, bado hatujafika tea break. But I can assure you, after the tea break, after lunch, they'll be very active. Asanteni sana. Which other community haven't you visited? Which county? Ukambani. Ukambani. Yeah, by the way, Ukambani, we need to go to Ukambani. Saizi wako na maji mingi. Yeah, tuende Ukambani kidogo. Yeah, Ukambani, a very fertile land nowadays. You can attest to that. Those who visited Ukambani daily. In fact, Kamba siku hizi wanaoga mara 3 kwa siku. That's why we're doing Kuramba. Listen to this. Namuka na mambanza Njaluense na njela mwa Twakaima ne kanane Hiwebe mudeo mono. Wapi Wakamba ndani ya nyumba bwana? Namuka na mambama Njaluense na njela mwa Twakaima ne kanane Hiwebe mudeo mono. Mono te se kudamba, suania kudamba, kudamba ne kuseo, ritualite kudamba. Mono te se kudamba, suania kudamba, kudamba ne kuseo, ritualite kudamba. nitwalite kudhamba. Hii ni wakamba wale wanapenda maji Kamwana kanangengie sukulu binya mwana wa mwana wenda mbya tokole ngundi kala kamwana kanangengie sukulu binya mwana wa mwana wenda mbya tokole ngundi Osabinya Onotese kudamba Suanera kudamba ne kuseo Nitwalite kudamba Onotese kudamba Suanera kudamba ne kuseo Nitwalite kudamba Umbelela Umbelela lela Kayamba Aya, kamba signature tune. Osabinya. Ni wale. Kayamba. Ni wale tu. Kayamba. Wapi jitu. Osabinya. Wea no wea sense wena wa watatanendo. Wea no wea sense wena wa watatanendo. Umbelela Wapi kelele, makofi ya Wakamba tafadhali. Asante sana. Let's appreciate the Kambas. We're taking that campaign to Kambalands. Na huko wamesema hakuna mambo na substances. Wamewacha yote, we only doing maembe zuko. Maembe has no any substances na nini. Yeah, sindio? Thank you so much. That is from the eastern region of Kambani. Which other region have you visited? Maybe one more region or two before we take a short break. Where? Wapi? Sorry? Kisumu City. Huko ndo kuna atakaribisha baba. That's a speech. Tutamalizia na Kisumu. Of course we started with Kisumu. Sindio? Tingamalo twende wadua netala. Now which other county have you visited apart from Kisumu, of course? Masai. Yeah, the Uma. Masai lands, Twende Masai ni kidogo pia turuke kidogo, si ndio? Aya, twende gazi. Twende Uma kidogo. Ayehoya, ayehoya, laleyo, ayehoya, laleyo. Ayehoya, ayehoya, laleyo, ayehoya, laleyo. Ayehoya, ayehoya, ayehoya. Kiti hoye pae toyo para kolegiso hoye pae hey ho. Kiti hoye pae toyo para kolegiso hoye pae hey ho. Gono kilelo hoye pae niyo hoye pae hey ho. Doro kite hoye paye ni motito yomele hoye paye ho.
Kiti hoye paye toyo para kulegisu hoye paye ho. Kiti hoye paye toyo para
Kulegisu
hoye paye ho.
Hey yo. Kumo kitare hoye pae ni motindo ni goile hoye pae ho.
Kiti hoye paye toyo para kulegisu hoye paye ho. Kiti hoye paye toyo para kulegisu hoye paye ho. Kiti hoye hoye. Kiti hoye hoye.
Kiti hoye hoye pae ho. Kiti hoye hoye pae ho. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Pigia Masai makofi. Thank you. You know, one thing I love about the Masais have one belief, and this belief you will never ever get it out of the Masai people. Hiyo wanaenda nao mpaka mbinguni. Hata waambie mbinguni ni wapi wataenda na hiyo dream na watamfikisha. They believe that all the cows in the whole world belong to them. So that's a very good belief, a very good dream. Na Masais, Kongole. In fact, I'm a Masai. Thank you. Maybe before Kayamba Africa takes a break. And last but not least, we'll be back, of course. Just a very short brief before that. Tuende wapi? Sorry? I didn't quite get that. Unajua nasikia kitu kama Taita, nasikia kitu kama Kale, sasa sijui ni wapi. Oh, ati zote. Oh, mix them, gather them. Ati kwa Rigiji. Okay. Aya, wacha tuende Taita basi, atulafu maliza na Rift Valley, then we'll take a short break, we'll be back, the rest will tafanya tukirudi, si ndio? Twende kazi. Wacha twenzetu mlimani.
Haya, 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 haya.
Thank you, Kayamba Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give Kayamba Africa a round of applause? Just to make a few announcements, ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest is about to make his way. He will be having a guard of honor right outside the entrance. Thereafter, of course, when they walk in, we will have the opening prayers. Then we'll have the national anthem. And this time round, Kayamba Africa again are going to sing for us the first stanza for the national anthem as well as the East African anthem. Then we'll make progress. Ladies and gentlemen, we also want to recognize our sign language interpreters. That is Madam Sylvia Glenda. Wave kindly. And also Zipporah Ndwiga. Thank you very much. Kayamba Africa. DJ, as we give Kayamba Africa some commercial break. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be patient. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest is already undertaking, is being taken through the exhibition, tents that are outside, and thereafter we'll have a guard of honor. Once they walk in, ladies and gentlemen, we'll request that we all be upstanding for the prayers, national anthem, as well as the East African anthem. Thank you. DJ.
Napenda atanipa mahitaji yangu kwa kadri ya utajiri wake, kwa kipimo cha kujaa, kusupwa hata kumwagika. Nani apinge alichosema Mungu? Nani alaani alichobariki Mungu? Hakuna awezaye kuzuia alichotenda Mungu. Na kama kuna pando na movu, nang'oa pando la movu bila ang'oa, andiko kwa hila nafuta andiko la hila. Na kama kuna pando na movu, nang'oa pando la movu bila ang'oa, andiko kwa hila nafuta andiko la hila. Nimeandikwa nitakuwa kichwa si mkia, wa kwanza si wa mwisho. Bwana atanibariki kwa kadri ya utajiri wake, kwa kipimo cha kujaa, kusupwa hata kumwagika. Atanipa mahitaji yangu kwa kadri ya utajiri wake, kwa kipimo cha kujaa, kusupwa hata kumwagika. Bwana atanibariki kwa kadri ya utajiri wake, kwa kipimo cha kujaa, kusupwa hata kumwagika. Atanipa mahitaji yangu kwa kadri ya utajiri wake, kwa kipimo cha kujaa, kusupwa hata kumwagika. Mwenyewe amesema atanipa utajiri wake, atanilisha kama ndege angani, atanipamba kama ua kondeni. Yesu akisema atafanya, neno lake ni amina na kweli. Bwana atanibariki kwa kadri ya utajiri wake, kwa kipimo cha kujaa, kusupwa hata.
Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest will be walking in any time from now.
Hey Baba, Olodumare wanendo mi, the giver of life, niko tunanapa, mesimama cause uko na mimi, you never let me go. Mipaka yangu umeitanulia mbali, even sky see your limit kwa ikibali, hata haters wanashangilia kwa ndani, umewawinga oh. Sina kingine mimi najivunia, zaidi yako Baba, ndio maana niko tuli nimetulia, wewe unagabaya.
Good morning, Excellent Sir. Governor Moses in the Kenyan School Association is full and present for inspection, please, sir. Thank you, sir.
as he walks into the auditorium.
Attention please, ladies and
Asante sana, hizo
gentlemen.
ni ishara nzuri kwamba wa chief guest with us. Kindly let's be upstanding as we welcome the chief guest of the day. Tusimame juu tafadhali. Hiyo ni neboma. Richo. Tani angalia huku. Hiyo ni neboma. Okowero. Olene. Hiyo ni ele uoi. Meso. Ni olene. Hiyo ni ele uoi. Hiyo ni asai. Hiyo ni asai. Hiyo ni chipto. Hiyo ni neboma. Champione. Anone cham cham. Hiyo ni olene. Hiyo ni ele uoi. Hiyo ni olene. Hiyo ni ele uoi. Hiyo ni asai. Hiyo ni
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. While we are on the same chief guests, I want to take this opportunity to request Reverend Malibo to open with a word of prayer. Kindly, Reverend Ignatius Malimo.
I greet you in the name of Jesus. Praise the Lord. God is good, and all the time. I'm here on behalf of our provost, Karibu Sana Daktari Stephen, and also Reverend. Where you are is the Youth and Young Adult Sanctuary, and we are pleased to host this year's summit. And the provost has requested me to say you are most welcome, and to remind us that even here in support of this program, we host Alcohol Anonymous every Wednesday, rather Friday and Monday here at the cathedral. So we partner and we want to say Karibuni Sana at the cathedral. We have the facilities here that will make you comfortable. Please feel at home. At the same time, feel at the presence of God. Amen? Tell your neighbor Karibu. Tell him Karibu or her Karibu. And then if something disappears, you will ask that person whom you have said Karibu. Let us pray. Father, we thank you so much for your grace. Thank you for the Summit 2025 that you have caused it to happen in this cathedral, Lord. We thank you so much for the committee. We thank you so much for the guests who are here, Lord, and also, Lord, those representing the peers. We pray that your grace will be available, that from the sessions we'll be having, that, Lord, we shall learn, we shall grow, and also, Lord, create partnership as we seek to honor you, Lord. We bless you and we honor you. In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Chief Guest. We want to have the national anthem, so let's be upstanding, and then followed by the East African anthem. And this time round, Kayamba Africa are literally going to sing the first stanza for both national anthems.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
We can be seated. Thank you very much. The chief guest, who is also the chair of the NACADA board, Reverend Dr. 𝗡𝘁𝗶cie, the UNODC East Africa representative, represented by Mr. Boniface Walunda, the U.S. Department of State, INL, Madam Maureen Mimak, the Secretary, Nairobi County Government, Mr. 𝗡𝘁𝗶cie heç, the Executive Director, Black Faces and Black Voices, Mr. Philip Rutherford, the NACADA board members present here, the NACADA CEO, Dr. Anthony 𝗏𝗡𝗂𝗏, the representative of the Provost, All Saints Cathedral, all partners represented here, all other stakeholders, members of the Fourth Estate, the NACADA community represented here, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. The chief guests, we are gathered here today to celebrate this National Prevention Week as part of the appreciation of persons that do not use alcohol and other substance of abuse, as well as other members that are within the journey to recovery. Now, we want to start the program, and the first speaker who is going to give the remarks is Dr. Yvonne Orlando, who is the Director in charge of Public Education and Advocacy at the National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse. Can we give Dr. Orlando a round of applause as she takes the podium? Karibu Daktari.
Good morning. Hebu tania jirani yako muulize unadu nini hapa. Muulize pia which group has he come or she to represent. Muulize kama najua kesho tuna dance. Kwa hivyo anze kuprepare. So thank you so much, our chief guest and all the invited guests. For the ones who are on the WhatsApp, how are you? Wale wa WhatsApp tuwaone? Hapo sasa. Thank you so much for turning out in the huge numbers. We are happy. We are here to have fun, and we are here to learn together. How many were with us last year? Okay, at least I'm seeing a number that have come back. So karibuni sana. For the ones who are joining us for the first time, we have random surprises. So if we ask you out of the blue a random thing, ukipata unabahatika. Sawa sawa? The first random thing. What is the theme of this summit? Mtu wa kwanza? The gentleman in a red suit. Sorry, we can't hear you. Stand kidogo. My community, my prevention pillar. So the next time we'll be mentioning that, kutakuwa na zawadi. We are going to be looking at different teams. key of the objectives was you need to network. Tuko pamoja? Ukirudi venye ulikuja, usiblame NACADA. Sisi tumeleta kila mtu pamoja. So usipopata namba kama 10 leo, siwe ndio umeenda Sara. Nakumbuka kuna mabazu katikati yetu. So take advantage. Sawa sawa? Allow me to recognize we had several committees that helped support this. I will start with the NACADA management team, asanteni sana. We had outsiders who are part of the National Prevention Summit Committee, asante sana. We had a committee that was working on the social media, and for all those who've been tweeting, tunashukuru sana. Najua hiyo story. Kama ufuati NACADA, so check us in all the handles. Ukianza na X, @NACADA. Ukienda Instagram, zote tuko. So check us in all those socials. We are there and we'll be able to follow you, and we'll also be able to inform you on time on what we offer. Check the NACADA website. All of our trainings are there. If you work in prevention, the trainings are there. Starting next month, if you work in schools or in the workplaces and NACADA has not trained you, you will be a criminal. Tuko pamoja? We have those trainings so that as you're going to those settings, you are competent. So reach out to the website, all the trainings are there. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa. As we continue, we will have fun. Now, allow me to invite the Angaza Foundation dance team before we start with the speeches. They are a group of young children from Kibra who focus on learning and supporting each other through the dance. Angaza? Oh, they are coming from up. Can we appreciate them as they come? Watoto lazima tuwasaike, eh? Because some of them are shorter than me, tutawakubalisha wadansie hapa ndio wale wa huko juu waweze kuwaona. Karibuni Angaza.
Autobots, transform!
The queen is back. Bow down.
What your name is?
Initiate re-entry.
Secure for re-entry.
and that's all I believe. You're a faithful God, and that's all I believe. Who is he whose word never comes back void? The mighty God of glory, your word is saving. Mighty God, your word is saving. Amen, amen. Your word is saving.
Esther was black and broke. But when Esther see money, Esther bleach.
Nemesis, real valorist. None of them fooling a bad like this. All of them are trying to divide cartel, but them are no bad man plus the nano lyrics. 9 bars, tell them again. Them nobody just pretend. See them a walk with a vagabond friend. Them live up like the 80 and them 9 bars. Tell them it's already. I'm a banana with me like jelly. I could have Frankenstein or Freddy. Anytime you're ready, me and tell us I'm ready. Dollar kind of come on, them buy a bus in them.
Let us put our hands together for Angaza Foundation. You can see the young can also dance and dance very well. Asanteni sana. At this time, it is my honor to invite the CEO of NACADA to give us the opening speech. CEO.
Good morning again. Our chief guest, Dr. 𝗡𝘁𝗶cie the CEO of NACADA board. Members of the NACADA board present here. Representative from the county government of Nairobi. The UNODC representative present here. More from the U.S. Department of International Law Narcotics, development partners present today, representatives from government who are here with us today, distinguished guests, colleagues from NACADA who made this day happen, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. God is good, and all the time. Allow me to start by saying, welcome to this year National Substance Use Prevention Week Summit. This is a week where we put prevention in the spotlight, not just as an idea, but as a movement, something that is continually growing organically, both in strengths and conviction. They say that prevention is better than cure, but let's be honest, it's also cheaper. It has less stress and does not come with an awkward rehab confession at a family gathering. Prevention, prevention. It is always better. Today we come together not just as experts, policymakers, and advocates, but we convene here today as a community with a shared vision. This vision is to protect our families, our young ones, and our nation from the devastating effects of substance use, specifically alcohol and drug abuse. So we ask ourselves, why are we here? We are here to celebrate prevention, not just as an abstract policy term, but as lived experience of those who provide the care service, those who are recovering, family members, including those who are perched on the wall, watching what is happening around them. We celebrate the students who have said no to peer pressure, the families who have shielded their children from substance use, the employers who have created a drug-free workplace, the communities that have stood firm against illicit brews and narcotic drugs. Importantly, a country that has enshrined these civil rights and liberties into its constitution, ensuring the nation at large are shielded from this eminent scourge. We are also here to honor those in recovery, which is a proof that prevention works, not just before addiction, but even after. That epitomizes recovery, minus relapse. Chief guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to spur some conversation while I'm here at the podium. Let's talk about prevention in supply reduction. And this conversation stems from the defined dichotomy that we are often inclined to perpetuate, that supply and demand are mutually exclusive through the lens of prevention. Now, here's something to chew on. We often think of prevention as an awareness campaign, a poster in a school, or a community workshop agitating for prevention. But let's broaden our thinking to accept, discern, and appreciate that there's prevention in supply reduction. Every single time law enforcement intercepts, interacts with shipments of narcotics, they are preventing someone from having their first take on the drugs. That is prevention. Every time authority shuts down an illegal brewery, they are preventing a family from destruction. Every time a policy strengthens regulation on alcohol and tobacco sale, including narcotics, it prevents another generation from failing to achieve their vision and from falling into addiction. So let's not make any mistake. Supply reduction is not just about law enforcement. It is a very, very powerful tool of prevention. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask myself, and you should ask yourself, then we'll answer. What should we hope to achieve from this week? Let me give my perspective. You'll get a chance to share yours during the interaction. I foresee a situation where there's a renewed commitment to prevention. I anticipate that we'll strengthen partnerships. I believe from the shared experience, we'll have an evidence-based action plan. From the crowd gathered here, I believe that we'll empower communities. And most importantly, the movement will continue thriving. With those many remarks, I'd like to take a moment and give some appreciation before I wrap up. First is to our chief guest. Your presence here is a testament of the commitment of the institution that you lead, NACADA, that truly we are committed to ensuring an alcohol and drug-free country. Secondly, to those who have chosen prevention, you made the right choice, and thanks for that. For those in recovery, soldier on and do not dare relapse. To ourselves, the champions of prevention, we are here and committed in making a difference, not only in Kenya, but globally. Bearing in mind, the world has become a global village. Natural boundaries have been broken with the advent of internet interaction and the social media world, for lack of a better expression. My final thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, prevention is not a one-week event. It is a lifelong commitment. And this movement continues to be organic. But this week, let it be the spark that will ignite a lasting change, both in our attitude and actions towards perpetuating prevention. To the Kenyans in our midst, I must speak on behalf of the country. Let's make Kenya a nation where our young people can dream big without the shadow of addiction, where our communities can thrive without the burden of substance use disorder, and where prevention is not just a policy, but a definitely ingrained way of life. The theme of this gathering today, and I want you to say after me, my community, my pillar. Again, thank you very much, and welcome to this summit.
Thank you very much. Can we give the CEO another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Wageni wetu wa heshima, itifaki zote za hifadhiwa, mabibi na mabwana. Tunataka kuendeleza ratba. And now I want to call upon the Executive Director for Black Faces, Mr. Philip Rutherford, to give his remarks. Can we give him a round of applause as he walks to the podium? Thank you very much.
Good morning. Y'all don't sound very excited. Good morning. Okay, that's better. Good morning. My name is Phil Rutherford, and I'm the CEO of Black Faces, Black Voices. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a minute. But first, I wanted to thank 𝗏𝗏𝗏, especially Yvonne Orlando, for inviting us over. Also, thanks to all the representatives of government organizations and other guests here. We've had a really great time. As a boy, I was really fond of the zoo, and it's been great to be here and spend time. We had spent some time at 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. We went to the Nairobi National Park, and it was just a joy for me to see things that I saw only in cages and to be up close and personal with them. I also really enjoyed being in the city and just being downtown and driving around and seeing all the beautiful faces and voices. Speaking of my childhood, one of my earliest memories, my father was a civil rights advocate, and one of the earliest things I remember is him teaching me about Jomo Kenyatta. As a matter of fact, when I was a school-age kid, I got in trouble for talking about revolutionary ideals and colonialism in school, because we weren't, in America at least, as a little kid, you're not supposed to know about that stuff or talk about that. But my dad passed in 2018, and I can only think that today he's smiling, looking down on me, being here. And so I'm really grateful for the opportunity. I also want to tell you that I'm a person in recovery. I'm a person in recovery from alcoholism, and since 2008. And it's also really important for me to tell you that prior to 2008, I had lots of attempts at getting in recovery. And it's important to me because alcoholism is a chronic disease. And just when someone fails, it doesn't mean that they're over and you should throw them out, because if that happened to me, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here today in Kenya talking about Black Faces, Black Voices. In my recovery, I've had the opportunity to sponsor probably more than 200 men and help other people. So it's really important to me that I share that just a failure does not mean that it's over. That we should be trying to encourage people, because that's what happened to me. People encouraged me and said, it's okay that you had a slip, but what are you going to do now? How are you going to support your recovery going forward? And that was very useful for me. So, Black Faces, Black Voices. I had a conversation with Yvonne about what I should talk about here, and you know, there are some differences between here and the U.S. and just the name, right? I have an organization named Black Faces, Black Voices, which here is not really necessary, because I see a whole bunch of black faces in here, and when people were talking, I heard a whole bunch of black voices. In the U.S., that's not necessarily the case, especially for people that are trying to get in recovery from substance use disorder or from alcoholism. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the differences, but I will say that that's kind of why we are named what we are. It has been very uplifting to me personally to be here in Kenya and see so many people that look like me. And as a very simple example, you know how you guys drive around, you have billboards, right, that are advertisements for this or for that. It's for like a car or some kind of service. And when you look at the billboard, you see a picture of yourself there. You see a picture of someone that looks like you. Where I come from, that's not the case. Very rarely do you see someone that looks like me on a billboard or on a sign or in a commercial on TV. That isn't how it is. So that's just kind of how we're different. Here's how we're similar. We got alcoholism there too, right? And at Black Faces, Black Voices, we work on these issues, and we're a collection of about 100 organizations around the country, and we work in America. We don't necessarily talk about everything in the realm or in the frame of prevention, but we work in prevention, treatment, and recovery. In the prevention space, we do a lot of work around school-age children, and I'm really excited, like when I look at your pillars, the second pillar there on research, one of the things that we know about alcoholism is a key indicator of whether or not someone will develop alcoholism is the age of their first use. Like when they first try alcohol. People that try alcohol younger are much more likely to develop alcoholism than people that wait later in life. So we do work specifically around school-age children and trying to make sure that we educate people around the dangers or problems associated with early alcohol use. We work in the, and much like your CEO said, it's easier, it saves money, it works a lot better to prevent alcoholism than to treat it later. It's also a lot more expensive. On treatment, Yvonne was kind enough to take us around to a few treatment centers, and I'm going to do differences, then we'll talk about similarities. First things first, in the US, most of our treatments are about 28 days or less. And we had a great time talking with one of the directors of the treatment centers, and we said, how long is treatment? He said, or probably like 21 days. And he said, well, why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense. And he's like, the efficacy of treatment is about 90 days. And we agree. So you guys are doing that way better than we are. So 90 days is much more likely to produce a good outcome. Also cost. We figured out that the cost here your cost structure is way better. So those are some of the differences. But the biggest similarity, I got in there, they graciously allowed me to sit in a group, and I got around a group of men talking about recovery, and I was at home. The recovery process, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where I am. Probably doesn't matter what language I speak. When I sit around a table with a group of men that are talking about how they got victory over alcohol and their relationship with God, I'm at home. And I was really grateful for that. And I was really grateful to Faces Black Voices is specifically centered around these organizations that practice something called peer recovery supports. We have a thing called a GED, which is basically a mark of education and helps you get into college. But these organizations, these recovery community organizations, are places where people can go. They're also cheaper. They're also cheaper than keeping people in formal treatment. So I've actually already kind of whispered to Yvonne about how can we help support or get organizations like that, more organizations like that over here. And so you may see me again. I really like it here, and I'm really appreciative of the work that's going on here. I think in closing, the thing that I'd like to leave with you is that I was not able to be prevented from developing alcoholism, but I did find recovery, and I don't think I traded for that. So I think if I could go back and magically not be an alcoholic, I don't think I would. Because the experiences that I've had as a direct result of my recovery and the relationships I've developed with other men, relationships I've developed with recovery, the relationship I've developed with the God of my understanding, have made it all worth it. And I'm really grateful for that, and I appreciate being here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Philip.
what they are doing in this place. Can we appreciate them? Okay.
So we want to make progress, Chief Guest, ladies and gentlemen. Now I want to take this opportunity to welcome the Secretary, Nairobi County Government, Mr. 𝗡𝘁𝗶cie, to make some remarks. Can we appreciate Mr. Godfrey as he walks to the podium? Karibu sana, Mr. 𝗡𝘁𝗶ie. Welcome.
The chair of the NACADA board, Dr. Stephen Mairori, the CEO, Dr. Anthony 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, board members of NACADA, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Hamjambo. Today, I would believe this, we are gathered here because we are all of us happy of some of the strides we've made in this space that we operate in. It's sometimes a very tricky space, but a space each one of us, one way or another, finds himself in, either directly or indirectly. It can be as close as self, far away as that stranger on the street, but yet very close, and the effects of which each one of us have felt directly or indirectly. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to be with you today as we put to shame and fear aside to talk about something that affects all of us. Whether we realize it or not, drug and substance abuse isn't just a personal problem. It is a shared community issue that touches every corner of our society. You might think, why should I care? I don't use drugs. Drugs and substance abuse doesn't just hurt the user. It hurts families, friends, and entire communities. It leads to crime, health challenges, and broken relationships. It touches the core and the fabric of our being. It touches each one of us individually and collectively. However, we come to this summit with renewed hope. Hope that in our communities we can come together, fight the vice, help our brothers and sisters who are affected, prevent our brothers and sisters who are on the verge of addiction to run away from this monster. Every day, as a people, we make different choices. You choose what time to wake up this morning. You choose what to wear. You choose what to eat. You choose even how to spend your precious time. Today, I'm asking each one of us here that we also have to make another choice. Choose to stand against drug and prevent drug abuse within our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not about judging others. It's about creating a community where everyone can thrive. Look at yourself and know you are just a step away from, and know you are just a step away from being a victim. By helping that who is already a victim, by the issue of alcoholism and drug abuse, population density, we also know population density, we also know that key to drug abuse and alcoholism is poverty. And urban poverty is probably bitter, worse than rural poverty. In urban poverty, there's no hope because there's no land you can go get even a meal. And therefore, you solely depend on your wages and your ability to work and hustle, as the young people of Nairobi will say. If you go out, and in their words, 𝗡𝘁𝗶cie his⁶𝗨𝘀𝗲, you are likely to be in a worse position than a young person, say, Nyandarua or elsewhere. The far-reaching implication of substance abuse in our society should not be underpinned as it touches the roots of our society. It ruins the lives of our young children, influences gangsterism, a very common vice in the city, and other criminal activities, contributes to the spread of sexually transmitted infections, including HIV/AIDS, poverty, domestic violence, and other forms of abuse, and in fact, every facet of our social fabric. Substance abuse has thus become a threat to the future of our society, and it necessitates our urgent attention. And I'm happy that today we are here for a week summit to discuss and see how to strengthen our communities. The above, us in Nairobi County, we've had some interventions that I call all of you so that we can join hands and see how to even build up on this, what we started. In terms of the law, we are currently reviewing the legal framework to protect youth and minors from accessing alcohol. To this end, we have established a zoning policy that ensures that liquor outlets are located in commercial areas, away from residential areas and learning institutions. As the CEO pointed out rightfully so, one of the causes or contributors to drug abuse and alcoholism is access. We therefore must look for ways of disrupting the value chain. Within our space, we are working very closely also with NACADA, and also with we work closely with other partners, those who have rehabilitation centers and others, so that we can support especially our young people, our youngsters who are affected, and that they can have a better way of recovery. As a county, we are now doing monthly sensitization meetings, and in these sensitization meetings that are happening at the sub-county level and at sometimes at the ward level, we are trying very much, one, to involve the stakeholders. For alcoholism, we are also working with bar owners so that they appreciate their role of responsibility. We don't want to kill their businesses. However, we want them to be responsible businessmen so that they give each one of us an opportunity to thrive. Because even their customers, I don't think they want vegetative customers. They would want customers who can afford and all that. However, in that space, I would say one of our biggest challenges, especially in the slums, is the issue of illicit brews. Unfortunately, this has increased significantly. And I would call on our partners, NACADA, the National Police Service, and other stakeholders. We come together on a round table and have a way forward in addressing this critical challenge. We continue to support young people in sports because we still believe that utilization of energy, their energy in sports, is a better way to avoid drugs, keeping them engaged, and that's why the county has invested currently in building new stadiums that are community-based, not the big stadiums like us. That core to this issue is the issue of unemployment, especially among the youthful population. To this end, the county has put in place some measures that will be seeking to to empower them economically. We are currently constructing 20 new markets, which will provide approximately over 20,000 trading spaces, new trading spaces, where our young people can come and trade, occupy those spaces, and just venture into business as a way of alternative income. We've allowed young people to thrive in their creative arts within the city. We have the vibe of the city. Today, if you walk on the streets of Nairobi, you see young people photographing, taking videos, doing TikTok challenges and all that. That is an income-generating activity to them within the city without being harassed, because we've made that space available to them so that they can make a living out of their creativity, and they can use the time on their hand creatively. Further, we are on the verge of launching Biashara Fund, which is in essence is an affirmative action fund to allow young people and women specifically to access credit, affordable credit, a single-digit interest credit, so that they can start their startups and also promote the ventures they are already learning. Together as a county, we are committed to the fight against drugs. We are committed to continue engaging with the stakeholders and other people working within this space, so that we can have a better society for.
Thank you very much, Mr. Godfrey. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give Mr. Godfrey another round of applause? Can we also appreciate the efforts that they are putting in place as the county government of Nairobi? Thank you, thank you. So we want to make progress. At this juncture, I want to invite the representative of UNODC, East Africa, Mr. 𝗡𝘁𝗶cie his𝗹. Kindly come and give your brief remarks. Can we give him a round of applause as he comes over? Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me that title. It's not mine though. We have a regional representative whom I'm representing. Our chief guest, Reverend Dr. Stephen Mairori, members of the NACADA board, other distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and pupils, good morning. My name is 𝗡𝘁𝗶cie his𝗹, and first of all, I bring the apologies of my representative, Ms. Ashita Mittal, who would have wished to be here but was caught up with other commitments out of country. I'm going to be very brief, and first is to thank the organizers of this summit. This is one of my favorite topics, so I'm very, very glad that as a country we are meeting together, focus back on prevention. Prevention is actually one of the cheapest and most effective ways to deal with the drug problem. As the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, our work entails supporting member states to counter the drug problem. And we do this through various methods. One is supporting supply reduction measures, where mostly we are using law enforcement measures to deal with those who benefit from the illicit drug trade. But then also we have to do drug demand reduction. And this is where you are focusing on people who are likely to be at the risk of using illicit substances. And we do this either through drug prevention, treatment, but also rehabilitation. In terms of drug prevention, I like this topic very much because we try to focus more upstream. If you look at the drug problem as a river that is flowing downstream, so it's very, very important that we are focusing back on securing the younger populations as we have. And I like this topic also very much because it's an area where gathered here at a religious institution. So religious leaders, when you are doing your work on strengthening families, for example, keeping the family together, you're already doing some work in prevention, because when families are stronger, it's likely that their children are going to be better supported to avoid engaging in some of these risky behaviors. If you are from law enforcement, and as the CEO of NACADA mentioned, when you are arresting the person who is benefiting from illicit drug and sending them to prison, you are reducing the amount of drugs that are available in the communities. And so you are, in a way, contributing to securing the lives of the younger people. Those who are in education, we cannot really make much headway in prevention unless we seriously focus on our education system. A few weeks ago, I was talking to a group of young children, lower primary school, and I was really, really shocked because I asked them a question. If you have a problem at home, who will be the first person that you are going to disclose this problem to? I was really shocked because all of them, you as the parent are going to be one of the last people to know about this problem. They'll either say it to a friend or someone else that they know, not necessarily because of the parent. And I asked them why they will not disclose their issues to parents. And the reasons are very simple. They say the parents are going to shout at us. So that relationship between parents and children to be that it's dwindling at the same time. So we have done a lot, and I think so they know drugs is bad, but how do you avoid that? They know they should say no to drugs, but the actual skill of saying no is maybe what they don't have, and these are the areas that we have our young people are beginning to use synthetic drugs and having non-medical use of prescription medication. So it could be the normal drugs meant for medical use, but people are using them in ways that are non-medical. And we can see that it's already creating problems in some areas and even in our country. We know, for example, the problem of tramadol in West Africa. We are not saying it's a West African problem because it can easily come and affect us as well. And then, of course, the issues of synthetic drugs. And when we talk about synthetic drugs, I'm looking beyond the traditional drugs that we know, whether it is alcohol, tobacco, heroin, cocaine, heart, and so on. I'm looking at those drugs that people are able to make in small laboratories by mixing a number of chemicals. If you talk to younger people, or if you observe what happens within, especially our urban context, you'll notice that that we are facing as a country. Lastly, I want to call upon a very important stakeholder that we usually very important stakeholder in drug use prevention. And you are doing this through various ways. When you are employed are able to support families. And when families are better supported economically, they're likely better supported economically, they're likely to raise their children better. But then also, the actual people, the parents or your employees who are working for you, when you are able to in combating the drug problem. But then, more importantly, we call upon you also to be able to support NACADA in its efforts in scaling up the various that we can. And if there is a way that you can come in order to support these efforts by government in a manner, this is going to be very, very important. Thank you very much. And I wish you fruitful discussions for the rest of the week. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity to welcome also popularly referred as Madam Mo, the County Director .
Good morning. It is an honor to be here today at National Substance Use Prevention Week And I, of course, must begin by acknowledging our distinguished guests. So Dr. 𝗡𝘁𝗶cie, Board Chair of 𝗦𝘂𝗲, Dr. 𝗦𝘂𝗯𝘀𝘁 𝗣𝗿𝗲, the CEO of 𝗦𝘂𝗲, our other 𝗦𝘂𝗲 board members, Mr. Philip Rutherford, a fellow American from Black Faces, Black Voices, and to the Nairobi County Government Secretary, UNODC representatives, and others here today. Thank you, all protocols observed. I'm really struck by the number of people in this room this morning. Thank you for your presence and your commitment to this critical cause. Your being here today demonstrates just how important substance prevention is to Kenya, by the Kenyan scouts, by the dancers, by church singers. These are the elements of society that can help strengthen individuals and give them what they need to embrace the prevention strategies that we know make a difference. And then when that doesn't work, there are interventions and recovery services available. The number of organizations outside working at those booths are really impressive, and I know everyone here is working to expand those opportunities and those services for Kenyans. So in closing, I simply want to say we are here with you. We will continue to work on growing our prevention strategies and both countering supply and demand as we work to make Kenya and the United States safer, stronger, and more prosperous. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mo. Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate Madam Mo once more? Can you also appreciate the contributions of INL in this space? Thank you very much. Chief guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the next level, as 𝗦𝘂𝗲, we want to make a passionate appeal so that we call everyone to engage in the social media. Tunaomba kwa heshima muweze kuandama akaunti zetu kwenye mitandao za kijamii. Asanteni sana. I want to take this opportunity to welcome the Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Anthony 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, to make progress with the program to the next level. Karibu Daktari.
Thank you very much, MC 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. It is now my humble duty to invite our guest of honor. He's a leadership mentor. He's a religious leader. He's a chair of the board of 𝗦𝘂𝗲, Dr. Reverend Mairori. Could we give him a round of applause? Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Before I give my remarks, I'd like to invite our board members, those present. Please, the 𝗦𝘂𝗲 board members, if you can join me up. Karibuni. Let's appreciate the 𝗦𝘂𝗲 board members as they come. Today because it's a prevention week, most of our board members would not be here. Others will be in other different counties. And so we do have our 3 board members. They will introduce themselves and say a word or so before I proceed. Karibuni.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning again. God is good, and all the time. Yes, my name is Dr. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. I work for the youth in the State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy. I represent the PS Youth Affairs in the 𝗦𝘂𝗲 board. What I would want to say as a worker for the youth is that we are very passionate about sensitization of the youth on drug and substance abuse. We normally have programs within the national, or rather at the national level and at the county level, because we are structured right from the national up to the ward level in the counties. And we do this in collaboration with other stakeholders. So I would want to emphasize and call upon all stakeholders at the county and at the national level to come together and collaborate to fight this vice. I've had the Secretary, Nairobi County, give a lot of insights on the programs that they have in place. Bwana Secretary, I call upon you and your people to collaborate with us at the State Department and move together to fight this vice. Otherwise, thank you very much, and I wish us a fruitful discussion that will help us shape the future of our youth in Kenya. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Morning once again. Thank you very much. I am Dr. 𝗡𝘁𝗶cie 𝗨𝘀𝗀. I work with Ministry of Health, and I represent PS, Public Health and Professional Standards in the NACADA board. Mine will be very brief this morning. As in health, we work very closely with NACADA, of course, taking into account that we are very, very active when it comes to the issues of prevention, as per the theme of this week, but more so when it also comes to the issue of handling those who have been affected by substance abuse. Having said that, I really want to thank NACADA for having provided the Ministry of Health a soft landing when it comes to the issues of addressing drug and substance abuse. Chairman, as we talk today, I know Ministry of Health is out at Kakamega. Your Vice Chair is leading the team. And we have other officials from NACADA working with the Ministry of Health to make sure that the issues of drug are adequately addressed. As a ministry, of course, we are coming in handy, not only in issues of prevention, we are also coming in handy to address the issues of coming up with public rehabilitation centers. And currently, we are in the process of establishing 10 rehabilitation centers in the country, which will help in supporting the rehabilitation centers which are already in existence. Apart from that, Ministry of Health is also coming in handy to provide medication. And as we speak, Chairman, the ministry has already created a special drug and substance division to work closely with the NACADA so that we can appropriately address the issue of drug use. Thank you very much, and God bless us all. Asanteni sana.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. I'm 𝗡𝘁𝗶cie𝗨𝘀𝗀. I'm one of the board members representing the Inspector General. On the other side, I'm the Director Anti-Narcotics at DCI headquarters. In this important forum that we have sacrificed all in support of the efforts that NACADA and the government is making in terms of demand and also supply separation on drugs, and communicate is so precious. Those of us in this room and those who are outside for across the country, for the big role that you play in sharing information about the presence of actors who are involved in supply of drugs to our youth. The issue of drugs is a form of terrorism, a new form of terrorism. Reason being, terrorists can attack, launch an attack, and maybe you can lose 5 or 10 people. But with drugs, a whole generation will be destroyed or swept away. So it's a clarion call for each and every one of us in this room to really contribute and support the government in 𝗏𝗏𝗏 this year and the government in the fight against this menace, because it will wipe away this year. I wish to urge each and every one of you, at any given time, you get any information on presence of actors who are active in supply of drugs to our youth, kindly, through the DCI toll-free number, share that information. And I assure you, as the Directorate in Advocacy, with our investigators or agents across the country, will always be there to act on that information. I'm passionate about it. And as a director, I wish to see our youth in future realizing their full potentials. And the other item that I wish to share is on the emerging trends that we are coming across. The biggest threat that we're having now is not on the traditional drugs, but on the presence of active agents or actors who are supplying synthetic drugs to our youth. We're experiencing new cases. We were seeing methamphetamine, MDMA, ecstasy, and maybe, God forbid, we might also in future experience or have fentanyl within our jurisdiction. We are discovering clandestine laboratories within our country, where actors or drug traffickers, among them drug traffickers from big drug trafficking organizations, coming and setting up clandestine laboratories in our country. I wish to urge each and every one of you, whenever you see any suspicious structure within our jurisdictions or within our neighborhoods, kindly reach out.
On behalf of management, stakeholders, and friends of prevention, for enabling this day be a success. Thank you.
So thank you very much. To all our guests that have spoken before, Godfrey representing Nairobi County, Maureen, the NIL, the UNODC representative, our board members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to this great occasion, the second edition of the National Prevention Week. Appreciation to all guests and participants for finding time to join the national discussion on the role of prevention in the fight against alcohol and drug abuse. As the government agency responsible for coordinating the country's multi-sectoral efforts in drug prevention and control, We appreciate efforts by partners noting that alcohol and drug abuse is a cross-cutting problem and can only be addressed through multi-sectoral approach. Ladies and gentlemen, as it will be presented to us, the country's prevalence rate in the abuse of alcohol and drugs is quite high. However, there is evident abstinence amongst the larger population, and this needs to be acknowledged and reinforced. I just looked at the 2022 statistics, and I saw that 43% of Kenyans have never used any of the drugs, be it alcohol or the hard drugs, and that's something to celebrate. Shall we celebrate those 43%? Yeah, that's something beautiful. And I would like to say, as we look to the future, we need to make sure that that number goes higher. One of the key things that we're working on as NACADA is we're working very closely with the schools right now. We want to make sure that the 300-meter rule is enforced across the country so that there should be no bar near to our schools. And I want to call on our county governments because this function has been developed, and I was very glad we have the Secretary of the Nairobi County, but all our counties across kindly work with the national government on this matter so that first we make sure that our schools, our children can go to school and learn without being sold these drugs or alcohol. It is very doable, it's very possible if we can all come together. We are also working to equip the counselors in schools so that in every school we at least have one person that is very well versed, has been trained by NACADA, one or two people, so that they can help the entire school. So we will be doing this across our counties. You've realized we are now in about 17 counties. We would like, by the end of or mid this year, we are in all the 47 counties so that we can work with the governors, we can work with the national government leadership there, the county commissioners, so that we look at each county. Each county is very unique, but we would be able to address their challenges there. We can prevent, we can help in prevention much better if we all collaborate together. All of us know that the 2010 Constitution gave a lot of the mandate in drug prevention to the county governments and even the funding. And so I want to challenge the county governments today, governors particularly. I was talking with the secretary to the Nairobi County and said, this function needs to be removed from the trade department, because when you put it in trade, you are looking at revenue. But this is about saving lives. So it needs to be, in my own thinking, we need to put it at the governor's office so that together we can work to make sure that we save the lives of our young people. But that's a discussion we'd like to engage with the county governments to see that they use the resources that are allocated for this function to help in this matter. To enhance prevention, NACADA has developed various guidelines to facilitate prevention and management of alcohol and drug abuse in school, workplace, and communities. Effective substance use prevention contributes significantly to the positive engagement of children, youth, and adults with their families, schools, workplace, and community. Families are the foundation of society, and most families congregate in religious spaces, in churches, mosques, and temples, which can be used to effectively address the challenges the challenge of alcohol and drug abuse. We continue to reach out to religious leaders across various denominations in the counties to collectively contribute to positive engagement of children and youth. I know most of our Kenyans have gone to a mosque, a church, temple. We at least worship somewhere. Would like to ask all our religious leaders to join in helping us in preventing this vice. Use the space that God has given you to help us pass the message, because it's about saving lives as well. And so we want to challenge all our religious leaders in that area. I also want to ask communities to come together. We've used a few communities as examples where when communities came together and said, we do not want drugs to be sold in our community, they succeeded because they came together and worked with the national government, with the county government, and they were able to prevent that. We want to ask our communities to come together and fight this vice. I was very encouraged when I went last year to one part of our country that had been hit very hard by this problem of drug and alcohol abuse. And the ward administrator, the MCA, the chiefs and everybody came together. And they made sure that in one ward there was nobody selling illicit alcohol. They went to the next one, to the next one. And when I was there, they were telling me we are actually in the entire sub-county now. And they were all putting their efforts together. This is the effort that is needed. If we all come together, we will win, and we will help our community to move forward. In recognition of the fact that prevention is better than cure, we have gathered in various places across the country this week, and in this summit to tell and celebrate the stories of those who have resisted drug use, those in recovery from substance abuse, and those who do the work of prevention. For those in recovery, I urge you to reach out to your colleagues still chained in drug abuse. You have demonstrated that recovery is possible. However, we still have a huge task to address the challenges of availability and accessibility of drugs in our institutions of learning. The National Survey on the Status of Drugs and Substance Use in Universities, that is the NACADA 2024, reminds us that as parents, teachers, leaders in various sectors, we all have a role to play. Ladies and gentlemen, as I close, allow me once again to reiterate the importance of collaboration and partnerships at all levels. I want to thank all our partners, the US, through INL, UNODC, the county governments, our state departments that we all collaborate together, those who serve in the public, the PPOs, who have come to support and help in this work, individuals who have helped build rehabilitation centers, all those who've come to support in helping to make sure that we have a healthy nation. I want to say thank you very much. It is now my pleasure to declare this summit officially open. God bless you all.
Let's give another round of applause to our guest of honor. Because of the good work that you have all done, first by participating in this great summit, secondly, by just being here and thinking about prevention. We had so many gifts to give out, but because of time, I'll just call upon the people who made presentations to make their way to the podium, including the provost and the board members. Kindly. There's a gift for everyone, tangible and intangible. But because of time, we'll just give these tangible ones. All the speakers, including the NACADA board members.
So thank you very much. And specific thanks to the chair, NACADA, and the board members. The ones who are in the WhatsApp kept asking about, will there be food? Now you know who has made the food available. And we have to appreciate them. So our guests, I'd like us to just queue here so that also the photos look beautiful.
A round of applause to our chair and guest of honor. A round of applause to Madam Metenyi, our board member. Dr. Mare, our board member. The county secretary. More from INL. Representative from UNODC. Director ANU. Our hosts and provost. Thank you very much.
So thank you. Can we appreciate our key guests as they're taking their seats? Thank you, thank you, thank you. So at this point, the rest of us, our gift is tea. I'm sure by now you're feeling a bit hungry. So we'll allow our guests to walk out first, and then we will go for the tea. Once you walk outside, just behind there, we have locked those doors for a reason, but just behind there, tea is served. If you look at our time, it is very well gone, but very well spent. So, usijaze sana, bakisha ya lunch. Lunch will be in the next 1 hour. So, kunywa kiasi ya kushikilia for the next 1 hour, and then bomoa sasa buffet during lunch. Sawa sawa? So, as our guests leave, kindly, as our guests leave, then you can leave. Let's give them that respect. Watakayamba, mngekuwa mnanidundishia kamoja. Okay, thank you. So can we appreciate our guests as they're stepping out? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you once more. Now the rest of us, you are free. You can just walk to the back, have your tea. No pushing. Tea is enough. Actually, food is enough. Enjoy na karibuni. We will be back here in the next 20 minutes for the next session. So see you at 12:10.
Nitaandamana naye
nibadilishe, unibadilishe, mtihani nipite, mwito nitimize, nijue kuandika, niandike maono yangu, nijue kuhesabu, nihesabu baraka zako, nijue kuongea, nihubiri neno lako kwa watu wako. Baba nichukue, nifunze, nataka kusoma kwa shule yako, kwa shule yako. Nichukue, nifunze, nataka kusoma kwa shule yako, kwa shule yako. Shule yako hatudanganyi, ni ukweli na uwazi. Wanafunzi hawagomi, walimu hatujali. Unifunze nidhamu, wote ni waheshimu. Yesu ni mwalimu, Yesu ni mwalimu. Nijue kuandika, niandike maono yangu, nijue kuhesabu, nihesabu baraka zako, nijue kuongea, nihubiri neno lako kwa watu wako. Baba nichukue, nifunze, nataka kusoma kwa shule yako, kwa shule yako. Nichukue, nifunze, nataka kusoma kwa shule yako, kwa shule yako. Baba nichukue, nifunze, nataka kusoma kwa shule yako, kwa shule yako. Nichukue, nifunze, nataka kusoma kwa shule yako, kwa shule yako. Nifunze Baba. Mama iroma, Yesu iroma, Nyasacha iroma, iroma. Baba iroma, Yesu iroma, Nyasacha iroma, iroma. Yesu iroma, iroma, Inenga machonya vero nyasaye
Mwandu dutoma wanago kalo, Nyasaye ine miroma. Mwandu dutoma wanago rumo, Nyasaye ine miroma. Kata pesa ma wanago kalo, Nyasaye ine miroma. Mitokeni madongo ma wariambo, mago dutote kalo. Ineto insiko, Nyasaye ine miroma. Ye moni makulweta, Nyasaye ine miroma. Oh Baba, ine miroma. Daddy kunde kaoki in, Nyasaye ine miroma. Jachena de kaoki in, Nyasaye ine miroma. Danieli kunde kaoki in, Nyasaye ine miroma. Ye moni taya, oh Baba, wamela mela. Wapa mapapa, wapa sigalagala, watoni, wapela mbela. Wapa mapapa, wapa sigalagala, watoni, oh wapuni, watini malo,
inabukanga Somebody inabukanga Somebody inabukanga Somebody inabukanga Namawa kawatora hunyira Namawa kawatora hunyira Namawa kawatora hunyira Namawa kawatora hunyira Tegeza Namaru kawatora hunyira Namaru kawatora hunyira Namaru kawatora hunyira Namaru kawatora hunyira Tegeza Olihwerwa ingombe murai wa mama ingombe Gonanga ni bara Gonanga ni bara Gonanga ni bara murai wa mama ingombe Olihwerwa ingombe Karata ingombe murai wa mama ingombe Gonanga ni bara Gonanga ni bara Gonanga ni bara murai wa mama ingombe Wapi kelele ya Waluya kidogo? Mbona sio ni Waluya? Wapi Waluya? Wapi zikaraga Waluya? Hey. Omuhanda mulayo mukosi muno Omuhanda mulayo mukosi muno Shombo maharu muni shombo Shombo maharu muni shombo Ulichinga omukongo Kiriwa omukongo We Hey omukongo murai wa mama omukongo Shombo maharu muni shombo Shombo maharu muni shombo marumo Ulichinga mahalo Ulichinga omukongo Aluo muramu wanje udinjire engubo nilefana ninje lutendo Aluo muhwera wanje udinjire eleso nibemboya ninje lutendo Aluo hinde avaya mapeka ofunika maholo Aluo atutusira lutendo gitanga ya virenja Aluo wapi makofi ya Waluya kidasilia karibu
Can we give another round of applause to Kayamba Africa? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for trying your best to keep time. For those who are still outside, kindly join us so that we can continue. Now, we'd like to start the panel sessions, the plenary sessions, by invite the Deputy Director, Capacity Development, Ms. Susan Maua, to give us an overview of prevention and where we are as of now. Amumpigi makofi yawa.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, it's a pleasure to see all of you. And I hope the person at the ICT, can you put the presentations up? And I'm going to just briefly tell you why we have the second edition of the National Prevention Week. Last year, in February, we had the first edition, and this is the second one. So I'm already thinking, okay, so how will the third one look like if the second edition looks like this? So I'm going to tell you about why we need to do prevention. And the first one is, if you look at the surveys that NACADA does, both the most recently released, that is for universities, and even for the national survey for the general population released in 2022, actually shows that most people are not using substances. So if you are not using, can you clap for yourself? That's good. And then from the 2022 survey, one of the things that we also wanted to find out is, why are people not using? Because we shouldn't just focus on the ones who are using. One, you can see there are those who are aware of the health effects that it has on people. There is also the fact that our own religious backgrounds, yeah, there is the aspect of the religious values. There is also the aspect of even parental, yeah? Parental issues are also there. So it means that there is also the personal decision not to use. And then there is also fear of stigma, because you know that stigma is a big issue. And then there are those who probably tried and had a bad experience. So those are reasons why people say. So then, that being the case, that most people are not using, it's important that we invest in prevention, because it not only saves lives, but it also saves money. The other thing is, we need to tell and celebrate the stories of those who have resisted drug use. Just think about if you have a child that has difficulties here and there, and the focus is always on that child. How about the one who is doing well? Yeah? Then we also need to appreciate and also learn from those who are doing prevention, and most of us who are here are actually involved in the work of prevention. And so it is an opportunity to share the best practices. Now, we are not going to just come every February and then leave without making some commitments. So last year we made some commitments. So those who are in the breakaway rooms, as we are going to do after lunch, we will again go to the breakaway rooms. You will also try to reflect. These are some of the commitments that we made. Are we on track with regard to that? And one of them is to make it an annual event, and you are here. So that means that we are on track in terms of making it an annual event. The other one is to embrace evidence-based interventions, where we don't just use our eyes. We look at it and say, now the problem is big. Yeah? Statistics is telling us what the true issue is. So we also need to embrace evidence-based interventions, because that is where we are also going to save money, and we need to promote greater community engagement, so that you are not just, it's not just NACADA, but people on the ground. We need to see engagement. So those are part of the pledges that we did. Now, for caregivers or the family session, I know some of you, for all of us, if you're coming in, you are asked, which section do you want to go? Family, school, workplace, or community? Of course, I saw the longer line was in community. But family, those who are in the family also made some pledges. And part of the pledges is so that we can actually support, yeah, be supportive parents. So that is one of the issues that we had. We need to educate our children on even the dangers of substance use. And that is something that you can get from some of the materials that we have shared, because sometimes parents ask, how do I make this conversation? So that is also provided. The other thing is we also need to look at the aspects of monitoring, which is different from policing. So if you go to the family-based section, you should be able to find out what are some of the things that we need to look at. Now, those who are in the school setting, and I'm glad that this time round we have so many people in the school setting. One is about educating not just the students, but the teachers and even the parents. All these people have a role to play, and that is something that has been ongoing. You may have seen it, or you probably need to ask yourself, if I'm in the school setting, what is it that I'm doing? We need to establish clear policies within our schools so that it's not, if you are found with drugs, then you are going to be sent home. What else? Because keeping children in school is a prevention strategy. The other thing is integrating the aspects of prevention in the curriculum, in the school curriculum and even in the program. And I'm glad that today we have so many people from the SCAD clubs, because that is a way of actually engaging, infusing this into the curriculum and even in the school setting so that it helps them to also learn. And of course, promoting the well-being of not just the children or the learners, but everyone else. It needs to be a safe environment. We also have the workplace, and quite a number of people have also signed up in the workplace. And the first thing, we need to create a safe and healthy environment for all employees, not just focusing on the ones with substance use disorders. And of course, we also made a commitment that we need to support those who already have challenges. In the workplace, we also need to establish workplace policies so that it helps to address the challenges there, so that we are not just focusing on the ones with the problem, but the ones who, because the ones we are using now are the ones who will develop problems in the future if they continue in that direction. And of course, educating employees on the risks that are there for drug use, especially in our workplace. So if you're going to establish or create a safe environment, that those are some of the things that came out from that session. And then the community, which forms the larger group of people. And this is where we have implementation of policies. In Kenya, we are lucky we have the alcohol policies at the national and even the county level. So when we talk about the 300-meter rule, we heard from our speaker, our chief guest in the morning, that it's going to be enforced. So already that tells us that we need to address that. And then there is the aspect of collaborating with law enforcement. Many times I know all we do is to complain about the law enforcement. But how about if we collaborate so that we address the issues at our, in our community? And most importantly also, we need to provide resources in the community to be able to address this. And again, one of our guests from the county also talked about putting in place some of these resources. So devolution is actually aimed at bringing the resources down to the people, and therefore it's very important. And for those who are in the community, remember it is our role to advocate for implementation of these policies. So we don't just have the policies, but we also need to do something about it. So, as I conclude, what are our areas of focus? If you are in prevention, we are talking about age-appropriate messaging. We don't have a one-size-fits-all. So, if you are implementing in whatever setting, whether it is in school or you're dealing with parents or you're dealing with workplaces, it must be age-appropriate. And the other thing is to address the risk factors. Sometimes we have the challenge of trying to address the drugs itself instead of the risk factors that contribute to the substance use issues. For example, in schools, there could be academic struggles, there could be bullying, both at the workplace and even in the school environment. So all those are things that needs to be addressed. We also need to focus on the key transition areas. When they transit from, they transit into junior school, or from junior school to senior school, and from high school into universities and colleges. Those are transition points that actually we also need to pay attention to, and also enhance the protective factors. As we had seen earlier on, religious institutions or areas where parents or families congregate is a good environment for actually providing preventive education, the cultures, the structures that you find in the school clubs, all those are part of protective factors. So how do we utilize this? And as also mentioned earlier on, there's need for adequate training, and as had been mentioned by Director, Dr. Orlando, she mentioned that we have training. So adequate training, that training is available, and we are ready and willing to do that, and probably we'll make an announcement tomorrow as we finish. And most importantly, do no harm, because even in prevention, you can do harm. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we give Susan another round of applause? So now we'll move to the plenary session. And because our time is very much gone, for the plenary presenters, I'm requesting you only use 10 minutes so that we try and leave here on time. So our first presenter, she doesn't want to waste time. She's here. Our first presenter is Dr. 𝗡𝘁𝗶cie 𝗪. She is the one who is in charge of Stawi Camp. So she'll be able to give more details about what they do, but you can see her powerful bio, which is being projected. Karibu, Daktari.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yvonne. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm first and foremost a teacher, so when you give me 10 minutes, it throws me off. I don't know what to do, but I will do my best to keep it within that time. My name is Dr. 𝗡𝘁𝗶cie 𝗪. I am the founder of Stawi Camp for Wellbeing. Stawi Camp is as a community where we create spaces for people to have conversations about mental health. And so we have programs for parents, parenting programs. We have camps for kids. Basically, our goal is to build thriving families and connected communities. We have mental health conversations all around. So my topic for today is creating positive communities as pillars of prevention. What is your role as a parent? So I will not belabor so much on the experience with families, because I really want us to dig deeper into today, just taking you through what your role is as a parent. How many of us are parents here? Straight hands, okay. How many of us here work with children? Okay. So I'm talking to at least 85% of us who have children in their spaces. Just very briefly, the reason I do what I do is because as a therapist, which is what I'm trained as a teacher and a psychologist as well, I used to work with children a lot. Children are very easy to influence. They would come into my space. We have great outcomes. They go back to the same environments. And so I shifted my focus completely from working as a child psychologist and child therapist to working with families. And so in my role as a family, I just provide them tools, and that's what I'm going. My role as a parent coach is to provide them with tools, and that's what I'm going to do today in the next few minutes. So the main source of children's well-being comes from relationships with from their deepest attachment to fathers, mothers, grandparents, and other caregivers, okay? So a lot of things in my space is parents right now, we Google a lot about effective parenting. How do I do this? How do I discipline? How do I get my child to do this and that? And my last search got me 763 million results. I don't know what your search got, but we are really out here looking for information, all right? And many of us are struggling, even if it's not with children with addiction, just discipline issues. How do I influence my child? This is a really digital generation, and many parents are trying to figure themselves around that stage. So here are some of the strategies for effective parenting. I don't know if you can see them. I just sampled a few of them, but the reality is that on one hand, you are told, do not negotiate with your children. On the other hand, you are told, negotiate with your children and talk to them. On one hand, you are told, do not spank your children. You're going to traumatize them. On the other hand, you are told, spare the rod and spoil the child, okay? So there's a lot of information here, but even with the 763 million results, we still have ourselves asking these questions. Am I doing enough for my children? Am I ruining them? Am I making the right decisions right now? I'm sure you have asked those questions. Am I too easy on them? Am I too hard on them? What really is the right way to do this when it comes to parenting and making decisions around our children? So why do we find ourselves in those repeated cycles of second-guessing ourselves? There is this meme that I like that says, honey, when you grow up, I want you to be assertive, independent, and strong-willed. How many of us want our children to be assertive, independent, and strong-willed? All right? But while you are a kid, I want you to be passive, pliant, and obedient. We find ourselves with those kinds of perplexities. We're just so happy to see our children out there making great things, being great leaders. But we really struggle when they try those things on us. We're like, I am the final word. This is my house, my rules. So in my conversations with parents, we really talk about these perplexities, the realities of there's really no one-size-fits-all strategy of parenting. But maybe there is something we can do to help us move along that is common. So where is the real issue? Is it that there's too much information? Is it that we need more information? Is it that raising children of nowadays is hard? Is it everything? Why do we find ourselves with those questions of, am I doing enough? Why do we find ourselves with those questions of, am I ruining my child? Is this the right decision? So in my work all along, and even from research, what I've really found out is that the issue is in the dynamics of our relationships with our children. And that's what I want to zero in today as your role as a parent. The dynamics of our relationships with our children. There's a research, lots of research has been done about resilience and resilient children, but I really want to zero in on a very specific research that was done by a psychologist called Amy Warner. Together with her colleagues somewhere off the islands of Hawaii, they have done a 40-year study, okay? And they followed children over a period of 40 years. These children were going through serious difficulties as they were growing up. There was family discord in their family, there was mental illness, there was history of substance abuse. And they followed them over a period of 40 years to find out what outcomes were found later in terms of their resilience. They found out that 2 out of 3 of these children, so if we are talking 30, we're saying 20 of them, all right? If you're talking 300, we are saying 200 of them. They went on to struggle with substance abuse, which is a big focus in this summit. Substance abuse, relationship issues, and mental health problems. 2 out of 3. But however, there was 1 out of 3. Tell your neighbor, 1 out of 3. 1 out of 3 ended up to be competent, confident, and caring adults after a period of 40 years. And those are the markers for, some of the markers for resilience. And we all want to be competent, caring, and confident, and we want the same for our children. And so they wanted to find out, what is it about this 1 out of 3 that was very specific? And they discovered that these specific ones who turned out with such great outcomes for resilience and had, number 1, strong bonds with at least 1 stable adult in their lives. Think about those adjectives I'm using. Strong bond, stable, adult. At least 1. At least 1 is also very important, okay? And number 2, they had a set of learned skills. So for the few minutes I have, I just want to focus specifically on number 1, which is the strong bond with at least 1 stable adult, because this is your role as a parent. They found out that creating perfect conditions is not really the secret, but being open to using the low-hanging fruits in your space to be able to create a relationship with your child so that you become that 1 strong, stable adult in their lives. So very quickly, let me just take you through 3 areas that when we work with parents, we challenge them, we help them nurture these 3 things to be able to show up as the 1 stable adult in their children's lives. Number 1, self-awareness. I don't know if we thought this would be the first one, but the reality is that resilient children have self-aware parents. The strongest predictor of a child's well-being is a parent's self-understanding. Unless you are fulfilled, you will use your children to complete you. You will teach them how to live with your fears, with your emptiness, with all the things that you haven't completed. And this quote says, all the while unaware that you are doing so. So the reality and the invitation is for us to focus on our...
So Charles from Blue Cross Kenya has been involved in prevention work. He is also ICAP prevention certified. So that means he's a real prevention professional. And so at Blue Cross, that is basically what he does. So Charles, 10 minutes starting now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, I'm Charles Obel. I work for Blue Cross Kenya. Blue Cross Kenya is an organization that works with youth and families in prevention of alcohol and substance use. Basically, the main activities that we do are life skills in schools, community awareness and mobilization. Then we also do policy advocacy for policy implementation and enforcement. And we are running also self-help groups that are usually known as AA to support recovery. Today, I'm going to share about art, technology, and advocacy as a comprehensive approach to child-centered prevention. Okay. Sorry. alcohol consumption poses significant health challenges, both globally and nationally. And in 2019, 2.6 million deaths worldwide occurred because of alcohol, and this accounts to 4.7% of all global deaths. And according to the NACADA survey 2022, as young as 6 years, 7 years, I've started using alcohol. And according to the NACADA survey in 2016, we are informed that our schools are not free from alcohol use. So Blue Cross worked with the, Blue Cross implemented a project with the children from ages 7 to 12, and that's what I'm going to share on, the best practices and what worked for us. The main goal of this project was to improve the quality of life and health of 150 children that were affected by alcohol, that is addressing their social and health risks of alcohol, and then equipping the children with digital and hard skills to create awareness against substance abuse. And lastly is to engage parents, local community members, and leaders, as well as duty bearers, to ensure that our impact is a long-term one. Some of the strategies we used or methods was involving the children in arts. And we've involved children in drama, music, puppetry, craft, modeling, drawing, and painting. And we realized that through these arts, children had the opportunity to express their daily life experiences, such as domestic violence, effects of alcohol, their future dreams, and career goals, and nature and friends and their communities. So through arts, we noticed that children have the opportunity to express their emotions. And in arts, they work in groups, and through the group works, they build their confidence, they build their communication skills, they build their social skills, and these are the skills that are needed to protect the children from alcohol and drugs. And these arts also act as therapy sessions where children come just to draw, to release stress. And through arts, the children also developed posters and informations about effects of alcohol, which they use to educate other children in the community. We also used digital literacy, and basically we took the children on online safety, that is how to be safe online, what sites they need to access, and what the general health use of online spaces. And also we took them through basic computer skills and game development. And this, through game development, the children were able to develop various games that children can come to our safe spaces to play, to keep themselves busy. And the highlight was when they created a game on sober adventure. This game was including dodging of alcohol bottles, so that this can also inform the other children as they play about the dangers of alcohol. If you want to know more about the game, you can visit our tent outside there, then we can take you through. Our settings for our program is a slum area. So as you know, slums are congested, and children do not get enough space to play, to engage themselves. So we also create a safe space where children just come to have fun, learn, and enjoy, and we took them also through development of their talents. And through this, we realized that children get to share much in this area. I have 2 minutes. We also do community sensitizations, and this we do through door-to-door outreaches and community sensitization forums, where we also meet the parents of these children to talk to them about the laws that are put in place by the county and the national government about protecting children from alcohol harm, and also positive parenting. We also work together with other stakeholders, that is the NACADA, the county government, the Ministry of Interior, to ensure enforcement and implementation of laws and policies. And after this project, we did an evaluation that showed us a very positive impact. And from this, 63% of those who participated in this project shared that their awareness and knowledge in alcohol and substance effects had increased. And we also showed, the children showed development and enhancement of self-esteem and positive relationships. And we also saw the development and enhancement of communication skills among the beneficiaries. And the capacity of children to advocate for alcohol-free communities also was realized. And these children influenced even their parents to reduce or to stop drinking through this project. And key takeaways from this project is, one, our prevention programs must be relevant to our context, to our target groups, and must be participatory to realize a positive impact. And that empowering children and involving them in a community can create a long-lasting change. And we need to do a holistic approach when we are doing prevention, that is including also advocacy in policy and also involving the community. And the last one is when you are involving children in different activities, that is drama, poem, storytelling. If you need them to draw lessons from these activities, you must also include a discussion after the activities. Otherwise, you can have nice activities, but the children will go out without lessons learned. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you, Blue Cross. Thank you, Charles, for sharing with us. And Blue Cross have a tent outside, so that means that if you need to hear more about the art approach that they have talked about, it's your opportunity. Next, we are going to move to the next setting, which is the workplace. And I would like Dr. 𝗡𝘁𝗶cie to join me here. And as we have seen, the workplace is a very key area that we must focus on. So, ICT again, can you put up the workplace for Dr. 𝗡𝘁𝗶cie?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here, and just riding on all protocols already observed here, I greet you with a great honor. Afternoon again. My name is Dr. Stella, a clinical psychologist, and I'm a certified mediator. Thank you. I'm in charge of mental health and employees wellness, Kenya Power. We are in regard to talk about what Kenya Power has done in regard to prevention and management of alcohol and substance abuse at Kenya Power. I'm here with my colleagues. Just you can stand and wave. We have Josephat. We have in Kenya Power, we have established ambassadors who have recovered, and Josephat is in charge in management team who has recovered and doing a lot in sensitization at workplace. We also have Solomon from Northeastern, also talking about, is also a recovery about childhood, what Dr. 𝗡𝘁𝗶cie was talking about, childhood issues which lead to alcohol and substance abuse. We have Gen Z here, doing a lot of work with our children. We've incorporated supporting our children at workplace. We deal with our staff together with the extended family and their children, so he's doing a lot in our children, sensitizing them as a way of prevention. Remember, anything which affects work, affects home, it graduates to workplace. We also have Maureen 𝗡𝘁𝗂𝗏. 𝗡𝘁𝗂𝗏 has gone through a lot of things. She's also a recovery. She has written books. She's one person who has gone a series of childhood trauma. What Dr. was saying, a generational issues of mental health, together with her parents who died because of that. And it has carried her over up to her adult life. She got pregnant when she was very young. And she came here because of ambassador at workplace. She has written a book on the same. She's now recovered and doing a lot in terms of sensitization at workplace. We have our financial, that is Damaris, but Damaris just wave. Thank you. She's the one who supports all matters of finances in terms of welfare issues. Thank you, Damaris. So Kenya Power has taken a center stage to address issues related to substance abuse. We have created an avenue to support all employees' health at workplace, create a safe space, security. Because if they are not if they are drinking, if they are abusing drugs, then performance suffers and well-being also suffers. Mitigation of alcohol associated to absenteeism. And now we have also presenteeism at workplace, accidents, illnesses, and mortality with all the related issues which takes a lot of costs in terms of dealing with alcohol and substance abuse. The use of alcohol and other drugs becomes an occupational health, as you know, in workplace. And all this is addressed also, having sensitizations, going around on matters to do, addressing the issues which are associated. They all encouraged to disclose, and they are supported. All matters concerning alcohol and substance abuse, it is treated with confidentiality. This is the only way at workplace you can be able to lure people to talk about their issues if you treat their matters very confidential. Best practices at KIPLC, the company is devoted on mental well-being. Remember, alcohol and substance abuse is one of the mental illnesses, disorders. And so the company has created a space on how to address issues of mental health. The aim is to create and promote workplace environment that supports and promotes the well-being of all employees. Certain working conditions, especially in our company, can expose our staff to go to drinking. Remember, especially the guys on the field, sometimes working late hours, working on the shifts, it can be able to expose them to start drinking. And so protecting employees' mental well-being to mitigate psychological, emotional, as well as physical harm is very important at our space. Preventing mental health conditions, managing psychosocial risks, just what Dr. I'm keeping on referring to Dr. A great honor. We were with her in DESTA in PhD class, and I appreciate that. We are preventing the psychosocial risks in workplace. That is one of the strategies we are using. And this is done through structured medical camps. We have medical camps, which we do after 3 months, and medical talks, which we do monthly. And in these places, we call all employees now to stop working and start doing matters sensitization. We do flyers, personal testimonies, which have come with the recoveries have come with. Screening on various lifestyle diseases, awareness and induction of new staff when they are coming into Kenya Power fasting. Psychological first aid, especially when somebody has lost a loved one, to prevent escalating to alcohol and substance abuse. So how do we do this? This is institutionalizing and mainstreaming mental health at workplace, and also mainstreaming workplace welfare policies. We have different policies. We have alcohol and substance abuse. We have sexual harassment, ex-gratia for those medical things. We have mediation, a better way of solving problems at workplace, HIV/AIDS, gender, and Medicare policies. Training of managers and supervisors to be able to detect at the earliest stage signs which can be able to lead to rehabilitation, formation of support groups. We have AA at workplace, which is held every month in all the regions. We have ambassadors who carry on these AA things. Use of role models, and also regularization of mental health to all staff. We do it through the whole population, sensitization of the whole population. A risk population, the risk population in our setup include employees with special children, supported all through in matters, flexi hours, matters to do with medical, and then technical team, because of their nature of work, employees with special needs, disability, Gen Z, the one we see are representing them, young mothers, because a young mother can have those challenges balancing work and parenting, and it can cause a lot of things. Then we have the third category, affected employees, who are affected from different types of addictions and other mental illness. They are really supported. And complicated loss and grief, critical and chronic illnesses. Remember, we have issues to do with cancers at workplace, so they are supported both financially and emotional supports. Utilization of employee wellness program, incorporating role models in sensitization programs, talking about their story. I can teach about theory, but somebody who has gone through alcohol recovering can teach a lot through practical experience. Utilization of trained champions in ADA, mediation, HIV/AIDS, wealth and wellness committees where they can be able to create a space for someone to fall when they have a challenge. Utilization of EAPs, employee assistance programs. And when you are doing this, we have group counseling at workplace, individual counseling, staff accessing all our service providers, AA, which is very important, a powerful tool, utilization of workplace. And then we have what we call, when somebody has gone to the rehab, there's one thing, how do we do it? Return to work formula, having a family of origin coming into the meeting, and the family of Kenya Power, having a round table. How do you go back to the family? How do you go back to the workplace? Very important to avoid relapse. Entails, and then when they come from the rehab, taking from the environment where they were before to a new environment, and then the leakages for the aftercare follow-up provided. And in all this, no discrimination, and all staff enjoys their security and promotion. Established, what we have done, established internal counseling services, which has really worked marvelous, using employee assistance program, EAPs, AA, health wellness champions, and removing stigma through what the ambassadors are doing. When they talk about their stories, we remove that stigma, and these stories are all along from the management to the lower cadre, which says that alcohol does not discriminate. Confidentiality is very key. Treating those people with a lot of dignity is very important. Giving integrity and consent, and debrief before and after, protection of employees from harm. Thank you so much, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Stella, for giving us the perspective of how it looks like in the workplace. And we have much more time after lunch, because we are going to be in the breakaway sessions ICT, can you put the next one up? As we will have more time in the breakaway sessions where presenters will have enough time and even question time. So in the meantime, you have any questions, just put them down, and then we are going to see if they can be addressed at the breakaway sessions. So our last presenter before we'll be moving to the breakaway sessions is on community. And as you can see, the community experience, every speaker who comes here is talking about recovery. So that means that recovery is an area that we look at when it comes to addressing prevention. All right, so we have Tony White, who is the Director of Outreach at 𝗡𝘁𝗶cie Group, and he has come all the way to tell us something about recovery. So, 10 English times. You know, these are Africans. That's why they don't keep the 10 minutes.
You know what, we flew a long way to get here, so I might go over a little bit. 10 minutes. 10 English minutes. Yes. Thank you. Oh, did I go backwards? I think I went the wrong way. Sorry, y'all. I did. Anyway, I know. My name is Tony White, and if there's anything that I would not be here without saying this next sentence, which is simply that I'm a person committed to long-term recovery since July 8th of 2003, and for that gift I am eternally grateful. If you had said to me 23 years ago, you're going to go to Kenya and you're going to get to talk about recovery, I would say, whatever that stuff is that's really strong that you're on right now, I want to double up of that, and then also let me know where you got it. Let's see. I don't want to hit that wrong button. Okay, there it is. I'm going to skip over these. The topic that I was asked to present on was recovery, leadership, and in the face of adversity. I think everyone can agree that from a historical standpoint, in working with addicts and alcoholics, that when that human being who is an addict or an alcoholic begins to depend on drugs and or alcohol to change the way that they feel, that human being stops growing emotionally. They stop developing emotionally. Can we all agree with that? Is that okay? And so, if you think about, I don't know about you guys, the people who were most important to me when I was growing up were those people that were in junior high school and high school, and then later on in the college years. And so if you can set your systems up in a way where you have people with the lived experience who are practicing the recovery principles a little further down the road maybe than that new person coming in, and put that new person in with those people who are also focused on recovery, now you're creating that recovery-focused, recovery-first community for that human being. One, to help them address their substance use disorder, but also to build that community to help them to develop and grow emotionally. And in America, we call that the social model, or the social experiential, with the focus being on experience. The experience of those of you, I'm not going to ask anybody out yourselves, but those of you that are in recovery, please, please, don't compare yourselves to the folks who've got the credentials because of your resilience and your willingness to work the steps or to follow your recovery pathway. That is an invaluable commodity in this model. In this model, it is, I don't think we would be here if there weren't some folks that had sustained recovery. Because the prevention, for the folks that you miss in the gaps in the prevention, you got to have some place to send us. And so, and I kind of started on that. In the social model, the social experiential recovery paradigm, the framework of leadership is rooted in a peer experience rather than in professional or credentials. Recovery leaders, individuals with lived experience, serve as mentors and role models, guiding those who are seeking recovery through the social learning within the community of practice. And the community of practice could also be considered your AA community, your NA community, your faith-based community, and all those different, whatever that community of practice is. Think about that. Think about how much wisdom there is in those communities of practice. This model reinforces personal agency, dismantles hierarchical structures, and empowers human beings with a substance use disorder to actively participate in their own recovery. When I think about, there's one person that, the social model program, basically it was a homeless shelter with a recovery program. And one of the persons that was so important, I call him the elimination, he has his doctorate in the elimination of excuses, because something would fall out of my mouth and he would reframe it for me and hit me with the truth and wrap some recovery principles around it. And sometimes I would walk around stung or like walk off with as a scalded dog with my tail between my legs. But as time went on, his willingness to share his recovery capital and his wisdom was, it was just absolutely invaluable. Okay, thank you. Absolutely invaluable. So, but one of the things that, I'm going backwards, sorry y'all. If there are a lot of people of, I mean, Kenya, it seems like, especially here in Nairobi, is a nation of faith. And one of the things that we talk about in recovery is basically to practice that sequence of events, those steps, so that that human being can have a spiritual awakening or spiritual experience as a result of doing that work and grow in their personal relationship with the God of their understanding. Transformation. And I think sometimes in our desire to help, we set up systems where human beings become dependent upon the treatment center or the individual or a particular institution. And then when that human being is no longer in that environment, that thing that they have become dependent on is no longer in their life, and they go back and they have another drink or a drug or a relapse or recurrence. And so with the transformational learning and social learning, communities of practice, again, the AA community, the recovery community, the faith-based communities, create transformative experience where individuals learn through storytelling, group interactions, and engagement in recovery activities. Recovery leadership fosters an environment where identity shifts from a person suffering from addiction to an empowered individual within the recovery community of practice, and then later on in the larger community in getting and seeking sustained recovery. The gift economy. I kind of shared with you a little while ago just a little bit of that gift and the gifts that that were given to me, and I think one of the greatest gifts was that there were people in my recovery community and at the healing place who saw who I could be. So I'm asking you guys to do that too. The people that you're serving, the people that you're working with, try and look at the folks that you're looking at and see who they could be. The gift economy and mutual aid. Unlike conventional service models, recovery leadership operates within a gift economy where assistance is freely given without expectation of return. Peers share the recovery stories, provide support, contribute to community well-being, reinforcing the social bonds and fostering a culture of mutual aid. This continuous exchange of support strengthens recovery communities and sustains long-term recovery. And this last sentence, where lived experience is so important, and that's simply, lived experience becomes experiential knowledge. And the body of experiential knowledge resides in the recovery community, not in one or two persons. So I got my 2-minute warning. I'm gonna follow instructions.
Building protected recovery environments. To safeguard the integrity of the recovery process, leaders establish protected settings that insulate recovery communities from the external pressures such as the commercialization of treatment and recovery services. These environments prioritize peer support, reinforce abstinent social networks, and create spaces conducive to healing and growth. So, active substance use disorder is a transactional environment, right? You want something from someone, you have to give them something, and then they give you something back. We're talking about this at dinner. In recovery, we do these things for free and for fun. We do these things because to give away what has been freely given to me saves my life. And so it's so important that we move away from transactional environments, and we want to stick with these transformational environments in recovery-centered, recovery-first environment. And since I'm trying to follow instruction, in conclusion, effective recovery leadership in the face of adversity relies on community-driven solutions, peer engagement, and experiential knowledge. By embracing the social experiential recovery paradigm, or the social model, recovery leaders cultivate sustainable, inclusive, and resilient communities that empower individuals to navigate challenges and achieve lasting recovery. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Tony. And don't go away. Don't go away. You probably just need to stay up here. And for those of you who would want to hear more about this social transformational model, you have time in the sessions. You may not be presenting, but it's an opportunity for you to learn and also find out more. So I would like to call Dr. 𝗡𝘁𝗶cie, Dr. Osoro, and even Charles to come up here, because we are in the community where we have my prevention, my community, my prevention pillar, and it is also a time for us to gift. So my gifters, please come forward and just share with them the gifts. All right, so go ahead and do the needful. And thank you so much, each one of you, for coming. Can we give them a clap, please? Thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing your experiences with us. And because they are here, I know the time we have allocated was very short because, you know, we also started late. So a round of applause again for them. Asante sana. So now I would want to request some people to stand up so that you can see them, because once we go for lunch, and lunch is served in the CTC. Not where, now it is your turn to find out where the CTC is. Yeah? Yes, lunch is served at the CTC. And it is going to be for 1 English hour. Don't go for 1 African hour. All right? And so from there, we will not come back here to the plenary, but we will move to the different sessions. So the community is going to stay here. So if you go for lunch and you feel that you want to hear more about the community-based rehabilitation experiences, you also want to hear about a better tomorrow, a journey of hope and resilience, that is your time. And we will also have the presenter in the morning in this session who will be there. And so if you have questions, that's why I said if you had questions, please forward them so that, or you can go to that session and just have them answered there. So those who are going to be in the workplace, just where we took tea, you will go to the first floor. That is where the workplace session is. So those who would want to hear about more about the workplace culture and how you can actually do prevention in the workplace, that is the place to go. Then we have school, and school is going to be a very interesting session. If you look up there, we have quite a number of students. We have from Lenana, we have from the KMTCs, we have from Rift Valley Training Institute. So that means that there is a lot more to be discussed about the SCAD clubs, and also what is it that they can be doing as young people, and also how do we have something about the Smart Children Club. So that is the place to go, and we are going to have it in one of the rooms. We are actually going to have a banner there that shows whether it is family or school. And so for family, you will want to hear more. How does family and religion get together? And then we will also hear about the national policy on family promotion and protection. I'm sure many of you have never known that we actually have a policy on that. This is your opportunity to also hear about that. So I would like to ask the moderators to stand so that you can see them. And so I start with the family, Esther. So the presenters for the afternoon session, please liaise with Esther for the family session. All right, thank you, Esther. We have the school, Kimani, Stephen Kimani. Yes, so the Stephen Kimani is there. So the presenters for the afternoon session, please liaise with Kimani. Then workplace, we have Maurice Kamenderi. Yes, there he is. Yes, and the workplace people are very familiar with Maurice. He's at the far end, at the back. So again, the presenters, please liaise with him. And then we have the community, which is Caroline. She's somewhere there. So the community people, you will be able to see Caroline right in this particular group. So why don't we enjoy our lunch, find where the CTC is, and have lunch for 1 English hour, yeah? So we resume at 3:00. Enjoy your lunch.